Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Friday, December 22nd. And what went on with that one, I wonder? Anyways, we have this Extreme Duel 1 30 seconds event now underway, and this is probably the first announcement in the entire history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel that has actually gotten me slightly excited, in that you have a time limit for this duel of only 30 seconds, deck tailored for speedy developments and to aim to get some rewards. In this duel, in game settings, the following settings are recommended: card position, auto. Let's see. So for that, well, probably would make sense to set that. Okay, general, card position. Now, we'll set that to auto for now. Generally, there are small reasons why you wouldn't want to have card position auto, but it does speed up things. I have no idea how we're going to play this, though, too. The entire duel is 30 seconds. Now, I suspect this is probably a bit of a misnomer, in that I suspect what's going to be the case is you get extra time each turn, and so it's 30 seconds in total to start with, as it is in the regular game, but then you get some extra time each turn, and so effectively it's just reducing what is about 300 seconds in an average game down to 30 seconds. And we'll have to copy it from a deck, but I guess the question here is what deck to even copy it from, because almost all of these decks are going to be around the idea of creating chains and cycling. And you just don't want really anything like that. You'd want a deck almost where there's no extras deck at all, that you would just be pulling out cards. And notice here, this is one deck that doesn't have extra cards as the highlighted cards. You can do Power of the Dragons, but almost every other deck here, the three highlighted cards are extra cards. They're purple on the edge, they're blue on the edge, they're black on the edge, they're white on the edge. Are there white on the edge? Yeah. So, I think maybe Power of the Dragons might be the best move. Well, let's try Emergence of the Monarchs. No, let's do Power of Dragons just because I think I probably will understand that one a little bit easier. Like, you have Five-Headed Dragon here and King Dragon with Lord of D and Divine Dragon Ragnarok. Here's Lord of D, and let's see if we have Divine Dragon of the Ragnarok somewhere here. There, yeah. So this is probably a good deck to pick, or just make your own deck of normal monsters with the highest attack possible. Now the problem with this is, even if this is super exciting, this kind of just needs to be a whole new mode that is always available for people who only have a little bit of time instead of a 20-minute game's worth of time. If they've got a meeting to go to, if it's almost bedtime type thought. Because yeah, you're going to run into a situation here, which we're almost going to see, where people are just going to run out of time, and then I'm going to win 3 times because the other player ran out of time, not because of any other reason. I don't think we can do this, so let's just go ahead and do this, and then do this. And it's already annoying in that there's going to be a situation here where you're not really going to be able to play all the phases and have things that would happen in a main phase 2, or even really much happen in a main phase 1. This guy has just played this card to take my card from me. Now we're back to 30 seconds. So it is resetting you each turn, which is fine. But yeah, you really can't do anything here, so even if this was super exciting as a concept, I think they've gone too far with 30 seconds, when perhaps it should be closer to a minute, or even a minute 30, something more reasonable, less extreme. That there is definitely room here for improvement. But this is just going to become crazy, and very quickly I'm going to play 3 games, get the reward, and then just never engage with this again. This is not going to work. And it's anxiety building almost for every player. I imagine to have the 30, 29, 28 just pop up immediately. And yes, that's the intention normally, but it's kind of crazy that it would start without any leeway. And also, you still have a situation here of it being a situation where you could still have a 20-minute game here if you had 2 players that are just very good and moving fast. That's all it really would take. Because we could go back 100, well, how many cards? Let's see. If you have 40 cards in your deck and you're drawing 1 card per turn and doing nothing special, then yes, I guess you could go back, go 80 turns per player, 40 turns per player, and 40 times 30 is still going to get you quite a bit of time. I imagine this scheme here is to have a whole bunch of monsters in the graveyard, but I don't think I have quite 5 dragons in the graveyard yet. Yeah, I'm 1 short. But this spell will bring it back. You ruin the deep strategy, certainly as far as card placement, when you turn off auto manual placement. And here I'm about to lose. And that being said, this is still a pretty decent deck, I think. I just feel like I ran across somebody who had better strategies. And yeah, it would be nice if I could just click on this guy's name after seeing his deck and copying his deck. I could even see an argument where I could copy his deck for the cards I've seen and then be given a bunch of question marks for all the cards I didn't see. That way all the tricks and traps couldn't be fully emulated. But yeah, a perfect recollection of what you saw somebody else play would be an interesting feature for a trading card game to have. For the accountability section, I'll say I got back into working on my Smart On Air sign. Banged my head quite a bit on... This'll just kill me, but we might as well just end it here anyways. I'm gonna lose regardless. I've been banging my head against the idea of getting a file system called Little FS, which is supposed to be the newest one, and all the old ones are supposed to kind of be unacceptably deprecated and just not used anymore. But I think in this case, Expressive, who is making the ESP chips and the ESP IDF development environment, is pushing people a little too fast to adopt things and deprecating things a little too fast. And it certainly explains why, if you're using the Arduino IDE, which most people are, they're still using the version 4.4 of Expressive's IDF instead of 5.1.6, which I think is the most newest version, just because so much has changed from 4 to 5 and so many people really have not supported it. And it is very much a chicken and egg thing, is if 70% of even professional developers who are making smart devices are still using Arduino just because it's easier, and Arduino is using older code, and the libraries are using the Arduino older code, nobody is really very heavily motivated to move to newer code. In version 4.4.6 of the Expressive EDF is only from 2021, so you're talking 2-year-old code, which is nothing that old. Plenty of devices, I'm sure, are running code that was written decades ago. Or programs in general, maybe not smart home devices. So, after banging my head on the Little FS implementation, I just said, forget it. Let's just go back to what Little FS was supposed to replace, which was called SPI FS. And once I did that, I got to the point where now I have a program fully building and being installable, but it is not working, and I'm not really sure what the reason is there yet. Like, there's something different happening from when I install it using Arduino, almost the exact same code, compared to when I install the application using the Expressive IDF. Something big that is causing a major crash. And I know I've changed the code between the two save files a little bit, and so maybe I've made a small bug, or maybe I've made a big bug. I'm gonna have to just get back and start debugging it. In a lot of ways, a lot of this does feel like it's just starting all over again, and then a lot of this feels like I really should have just started using something like Visual Studio Code to write the code in, and then using the Expressive IDF to build and flash the code at that point. By abandoning Little FS, it is just another thing that would have to be majorly rewritten if I was ever going to update the software, and honestly, updating the software is probably not going to happen unless there's a major feature or a major bug. And that's fine. It's a smart home device, and I think most people get the smart home device. I talk about the Smart On Air sign, and I don't really explain what it does. It's a on-air sign that connects to OBS, the Open Broadcast software, via Wi-Fi, effectively, and turns the sign on when you're recording or streaming, and turns the sign off when you're not recording and streaming. And it's a simple device that can certainly save you a bit of frustration. Certainly, we've all seen those examples of people on CNN, politicians or pundits, trying to have a major conversation and then just somebody getting walking into the room. Although in fairness, a lot of those scenarios very possibly wouldn't have been people who respected the signs anyway, so it may not be as helpful in those scenarios, but it certainly could help in some things. To my understanding, some people who are having private business meetings or government-related meetings have been told that they have to keep people far away from the room that they're in when they're having a teleconference thing, and as that I've added an extra feature to try and detect when somebody's on something like Skype or other programs like that and send a signal to turn on the on-air sign. And I'm also definitely actually thinking of what could a second generation of the sign say instead of just on air. In session for like doctors and psychologists might make sense. Busy in general, I suppose, also might work. This guy's beating me horribly too. Now, these people only need like 3 wins, so fairly quickly, I imagine the people with the really good decks would just get 3 wins and go away. And then you'd be left with a field of players who are all just struggling more to get 1 or 2 victories more. So yeah, I've started to make some more progress on that. Still playing video games on my phone way too much. Star Trek Lower Decks is on to their second Christmas event, but they really haven't added any new mainline events. So I really don't know if they aren't just showing me Christmas events that happened in the previous year, which all of the games I'm playing very possibly could just be recycling, mostly just recycling Christmas events from previous years, which makes a lot of sense. And when you have a seasonal event, to bring back the old event. That was one thing I can say about my beloved game Destiny Child. No relation to the singing group. That game really didn't do a great job of bringing back events until they had already admitted that they were shutting down, and at that point they kind of recycled a couple of events and that was it. In particular, there were collab events that only happened once with characters that could only be gained at that one time. And so if you missed it the first time around, you missed it forever. Which I would say in general, try to avoid games with collab events. Even though they can be intriguing. But yeah, there's Christmas events happening in Star Trek Lower Decks, and Memento Mori is kind of having a Christmas event, but you know, they're loosely having a Christmas event. They have like one character that has like deer antlers, and then they brought back that one character, but the story is actually fairly interconnected between all the characters in Memento Mori, and then they're not willing to just have a non-serious, light-hearted romp around Christmas. Whereas all the other games I'm playing definitely would be willing to do that, because they're not taking their story very seriously. Which that heavily is going to just depend on what you're actually looking for in a game. If you want a serious story that you care about, or if you're fine with an occasional non-canon Christmas episode. I don't know if TV's shows these though. Since so much of TV is either streaming, so it can be watched at any time, or if it is airing on traditional TV on a schedule, most of those aren't scripted, so the idea of like Christmas episodes, I think, have started to happen less and less. On top of wasting time playing way too many games on my cell phone, I'm still watching Sanctuary on Freevee, which I guess I could get much more into watching the slightly ad-supported Freevee content. It's not too much different from like what Hulu has, and what Hulu has now may be extremely different in a few months once Hulu's ownership changes. But yeah, Sanctuary at the end of its first season really introduces a major bad guy, and in this major bad guy, the end of the first season and the beginning of the second season totally changes what the show is about then, because it's much more action oriented, whereas it would have been much more originally Sanctuary, much like Warehouse 13, would have been much more like focused on investigating and discovery and dealing with cryptids that were interesting. But for like the last 2 episodes of the first season and the first 2 episodes of the second season, and these are fairly short seasons, like 13 episodes each, it's all just fighting people, shooting a lot of guns, making it much more action oriented than it really should be, and barely even integrating the cryptids into being like warriors on the line of fighting it. Like, it is a lot of humans shooting guns at other humans, or humans shooting guns at one specific type of cryptid. That looks humanoid enough. It definitely feels like Sanctuary was constantly pushing for way more of a CGI budget than they really were going to ever get from the Sci-Fi Channel. I think that probably hurt it quite a bit, but even now, if you were to try to do the same type of show and say it was a Disney Plus thing, I still feel like you would have a lot of humans in costumes portraying cryptids than you would have attempts at just CGI or CGIing all of the characters. But yeah, overall, it was far too ambitious. Now, I will say Sanctuary finally did seem like they were starting to have some transitions, so maybe the director of photography changed, it got better. I'm really not having much success here. You might want to swap decks, see if we get lucky in a different way. Absolutely nothing can be done. Might as well surrender. How do you surrender? Yeah, we'll play it through. And I guess I'm probably missing a beat when you look at like Supernatural and its major success going 15 seasons. Because effectively that's what Sanctuary forced itself into being, is it stopped really being a show about being a sanctuary for cryptids, and more into a hunting, policing force for cryptids. And Supernatural just got more budget, got more support. CW, for as terrible as it may be, does at least support its successful shows and drag out its shows, even if they're not super great quality. Whereas Sanctuary only got like 3 seasons. Of course, I am also just scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as content to watch. And yeah, I don't know what more there is to actually decide to watch, because I really do feel like I'm in a situation where let's see what this does. Like, I could see watching Netflix once a month. I could see once every like 5 years maybe doing a couple of months of some of the other streaming services. I'm not a big enough Disney fan to justify having Disney Plus. I did see something on Reddit where some old people thought they were buying tickets to go to Disneyland or Disney World, the amusement parks, one of them, and instead they spent like $10,000 buying Disney Plus gift cards. Which, yeah, odds are that you're not gonna need that many gift cards for Disney Plus. I imagine Disney Plus will want to merge into ESPN and Hulu. And I could see a lot of Disney Plus content also just going to Hulu. Like the Marvel Loki stuff would make a lot of sense to go to Hulu, where Disney Plus would really be the kids only service. Just at the end, I don't have time to even do anything more. And that didn't do anything for me because apparently I couldn't increase the attack of that dragon. Like, of the 3 decks we've played so far, we can see that all of these decks have something going for them that is fast enough for them to still activate some kind of extra effect, pull something out of the extra stack. A good old-fashioned Yu-Gi-Oh deck from 25 years ago, which is basically what this is, with focusing around polymerization, is just not viable in modern times, and I think we've really done a great job of proving that. For what little it was worth, I shared my Steam year in review. Honestly, just sharing the Steam year in review does feel like a really good way to do a year in review, sort of, without actually doing a year in review. Second Dinner apparently is putting the entirety of the Christmas, what is that? "'Twas the Night Before Christmas" story on Now Dasher, Now Dancer. Let's see. Yeah, they're just tweeting the whole thing. It seems like maybe they're changing things here. Yeah. But yeah. "'Twas the Night Before Dumplings." Apparently. This is how they've changed it. Alright, let's delete that, and then let's try and see if this does any better. This is a 0 extras deck, so if it has a chance, I don't have to at least focus on doing anything extra wise. It is still very much just Christmas time, and very little is going on. In particular, since Game Developer has changed their website, it feels like they may be changing the speed at which they put out news articles to the point where I may not even really need to make them their own separate thing here. Here they have a year in review talking about what they feel has been most talked about, probably by them, throughout the year. AI, generative AI, sparking debates, unionizing game developers to fight a better future, layoffs envelop the game industry, and they are just getting some random pictures here. Workers ordered to return to office, transmedia obsession takes holds and pay off. Really? Transmedia succeeded this year? I mean, at some levels I guess they're true. Like Last of Us TV show, Mario Brothers movie, that succeeded, yes. But also I would say those aren't really transmedia projects in the sense that you did not make the very first Super Mario Brothers game in 1983 in the hopes that you would make a Super Mario Brothers movie in 2023, 40 years later. I think that's probably 50 years later. No, it's 40. And the Last of Us TV show is the same situation. They didn't make the original Last of Us game in the hopes that there would be a Last of Us movie. Maybe there was some slight hopes in the back of their head of that, but it certainly isn't to the level of what a Japanese transmedia project would be, where you have several companies coming together to make production companies where they're going to make a manga, an anime, a video game, a soundtrack and song, a virtual VTuber possibly, all on this as of yet uncreated, unproven series. And for the most part, those kind of production company efforts haven't really paid off in large numbers, even in Japan. They may pay off well to the Japanese audience and sell well, but they really haven't crossed outside of Japan to other countries. If anything, there's kind of a violent, perhaps not so violent anymore, but there used to be a fairly violent split between people who would want to read the manga but wouldn't want to watch the anime, or people who would want to watch the anime but wouldn't want to read the manga. And that's still somewhat there, is that there's a preference now. It's considered more of a preference, I imagine, in most people's minds these days, instead of people pedantically arguing about which is better or which is the right way to engage with it. But in video games, I still kind of have a more aggressive stance that you should probably play the interactive version of a story, a video game, and not watch the movies. But certainly there are people, for one reason or other, who will not play video games. So, did I get a bad draw here, or is this just a bad deck to play? Inherently, the 30-second rule is not even going to come into play a lot of times if you're just not able to get cards on the field in the first or second turn anyways. You would lose even if you had 300 seconds in those scenarios. Which, yeah, if I lose a couple more times, I'm going to have to just see if I can play my Zodiac Tri-Brigade deck and see if I can be very slow about it. Very fast about it, not slow. I'm normally slow about it. But yeah. it certainly would be nice if they added macros and then had a 30-second duel. If I could just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons here, and when certain cards are available to be played, you could hit a button and it would just play it very fast. Of course, that would take a lot of programming. And it could be a very rudimentary programming macros. Anyways, it could be something where it says, if I have one of the Zodiac cards, do this loop. If I have a different one, do this loop. If I have a different one, do this loop. And then it would take up all 6 of the buttons. If they only gave us 6 buttons. And then, I guess in general, the idea of macros in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel as a video game doesn't really fix the problem that really should be addressed in the card games themselves. I'm gonna have to go check on this. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Apparently, cookies were at the risk of burning. Far too aggressive an alarm to be set off for such a non-emergency button reason. And of course, I lost. I would have lost even if I'd walked away for real life reasons if we weren't playing at 30 seconds, but certainly that sped up the whole process. Let's give this one more try, maybe 2 more tries, but I think I might just in general be screwed here. I think that there is probably 4 or 5 days at minimum of this event, and on the first day, or wherever we are now, if this is actually technically the second day, there's just too many strong players, and my only hope is to have people give up on this event once they've gotten their 3 wins, if they're good, and leave just these. I have no idea what we're trying to do. Let's see, let's go with this, this, and then this, I guess. And I just don't have time there. I could have potentially summoned this. So you kind of have to know what card you want to play before anything even happens. See, 2 normal summons. Let's go ahead and do that. And then do this. I think you really just need a small bit of momentum. Once you have that small bit of momentum, you are potentially just going to win, because the one thing your opponent can't do is play a 20 card combo. Anyways, what I was talking about before I was so rudely interrupted was inherently in the cards, if there were macros plugged in that way, or you'd probably call them chains, but if it just straight up said, when you play this card, automatically summon this next card, then automatically summon the next card, then automatically summon the next one, that would be nice. Of course, that takes a lot of options out of the player's hands, and it doesn't inherently speed things up. It would probably be more of a thing where cards would transform into other cards, or have different stances or abilities, and trying to figure out some kind of system in which that would make sense or work. I think we have to do this. See, here I'm about to win, but I'm also about to lose just because I'm not going to run out of time. So he just surrendered. And yeah, in 45 minutes of playing this, I've already gone from, this is just like one card pack you get too. It's not even a big enough reward. I was somewhat excited about this deck, or this gameplay, which is really only 4 days as far as a dual type, down to just saying, you know what, I don't think this really works. And I can't help but suspect that this may have been an idea that was thrown out there over the course of this year, and they said, nah, we're really not going to implement this, or they got it implemented and they decided against it, so that now they're throwing it out during Christmas time when people are least likely to see it and least likely to negatively react to having an event like this. There is also that special element of having shorter time-consuming elements to any kind of game during the Christmas season, as people are going to almost certainly be busy during the Christmas season, even if they don't celebrate Christmas. Let's see. I'm just gonna go ahead and, I guess, attack and need to continue talking about the news, but it is also kind of extremely difficult. It's difficult on a normal day to talk about the news while playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It's extremely difficult while trying to do all of this. The day before is going to shut down less than 2 months after its release. Steam is proactively refunding customers who bought the game as claimed. I did hear that there was some people who were getting caught in the crosshairs, potentially unfairly, due to the day before's developer or publisher for a previous game being involved in a previous game, and that it might very well be a little bit more of a witch hunt than necessary to go after the day before developers. From what I've gotten, and maybe I'm totally wrong about this, it kind of feels like the day before has been actively just doing the same thing in early access this whole time, and it really seems like only the ire really fell down once it came out of early access, so that would be very believable. I imagine there's a lot of games out there that if they just stay in early access, they can get away with a lot, but the second you're saying that you're done and that it's a finished product, any cover you might get, any slack you might get from gamers seems to go out the window at that point, and that's fair enough. Like, that's in part with my Smart On Air sign, where I really want to say this is kind of a prototype device. It's really not been tested for 10,000 hours. I really don't want to sell it to somebody who thinks that there's 100% guarantee that there will be no bugs at all, because I really just can't test it enough to find out that way. And I really, this is just a kind of a problem in general with making a product, is that you really just can't test it until you put it out a little bit, until you have hundreds of people using it in hundreds of different environments. Speaking of testing things in hundreds of different environments, I noticed that Windows 10 has updated itself quite a bit with a new toggle in Windows updates to try and get you to install even faster updates that haven't really been tested. Windows has been pretty bad in the past 2 or 3 years about putting out things that aren't fully polished. And when I rebooted my computer, it tried to push me into using a Microsoft account to log in, and cloud nonsense and Microsoft products, and yeah, that's hogwash, garbage, not necessary, not wanted. Unfortunately, we're really not any closer this year than we were last year, to the point where people potentially would build a computer and put something like SteamOS on it and play video games that way, and fully eliminate themselves from Microsoft, or purchase a MacBook Apple product and eliminate that. Particularly in my case, since I'm programming and doing other things, that really wouldn't work with SteamOS, although actually I imagine a lot of what I do probably would work just as well in Linux as far as programming. Perhaps you couldn't use Microsoft's Visual Studio Code to do things. But you could still write the code and compile the code in Linux, I'm sure, fine. But yeah, I do think there is a point here where people are going to, much like Chrome OS has proven to be a viable operating system for people who just want a cheap laptop to browse the internet, SteamOS may prove itself to be a viable operating system for people who want more powerful computers but just want a game and aren't really interested in messing with Microsoft Windows or doing anything else. And inherently, SteamOS could just eat the lunch of Windows, as big software might just become compatible. If all of a sudden Adobe's Creative Cloud Suite or Photoshop in general just could be installed and run, Blender or Vegas. Blender probably works on SteamOS at this point right now perfectly fine, because Blender is an open source software anyways. There might be a very short list that just gets shorter and shorter as far as this is some software that some business or some person uses from 10 or 20 years ago or longer, and it only works on Windows, which even that is questionable because a lot of old software doesn't work on Windows either. But yeah, we may see the beginnings of we may be seeing the beginnings of Microsoft trying to fight that in some ways in the coming years, in which we'll see like Call of Duty games, Activision Blizzard games, Microsoft games in general, just having some kind of DRM or some kind of programming on them that forces them to use DirectX and only work on Windows. And there might be a monopoly lawsuit around something like that. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says Good Old Games Winter Sales added its third free game. Cave Blazers is free to claim until Christmas Day, if you're interested in grabbing that. I'm having real trouble grabbing the Epic free games at this point. Their captcha service is something that apparently I just can't pass. There's something about either one of the plugins I have installed, even though I've like turned off all the ad blocking ones and all the privacy ones, it's still just saying I failed the captcha. So either I'm actually failing the captcha and clicking on the not the right things, or the captcha is just completely broken. I think the captcha is very likely completely broken. It is awful. And there is some weirdness certainly in signing in to the Epic Games Store, which I'm not 100% certain somebody didn't just like hack my Epic Game account at some point. Although you really would just be getting free games there. There's no credit card information, or I think even really personal information connected to it. But yeah, I had to say I forgot the password and change the password, which, whatever, I guess I've changed the password now. And I have two-factor authentication on, so that's as best as you can do. If Epic security is still bad after all of that, then you can't really do anything about that. But you can connect the Epic Games Store to your Steam account, which at some point in the future, I could very well see the Epic Games Store saying we're going to shut down and we need everybody to connect their Steam account so we can just gift all the games you already own to your Steam account. I bet they wouldn't do that anyways. But yeah, for as much as the Epic Games Store is trying to compete with Steam, it's kind of crazy to log in via Steam. Well, I bet a bunch of people actually would like that also. Insomniac Games put this update regarding Insomniac and Marvel's Wolverine's PS5. This has to do with Insomniac Games being hacked and a bunch of information coming out. Thank you for the outpouring of compassion and unwavering support. It's deeply appreciated. We are both saddened and angered by the recent criminal cyber attack to our studio and the emotional toll it has taken on our dev team. We have focused inwardly for the last several days to support each other. We are aware that the stolen data includes personal information belonging to their employees, former employees, independent contractors. It also includes early development details about Marvel Wolverine for PS5. We continue to work quickly to determine what data was impacted. It's kind of crazy here. You have to just they feel the need to say employees, former employees, and independent contractors. When it could just have said, we are aware that the stolen data includes personal information belonging to current and former employees, and just include independent contractors as former employees. It seems like that is a rich person snobbishness to say, oh, those independent contractors aren't the same as employees, when for the most part they are. And really, since you're not trying to get some legal coverage here, you might as well just say current and former employees, or employees in general. This experience has been extremely distressing for us. We want everyone to enjoy the game we develop as intended, as players deserve. However, like Logan, Insomniac is resilient. Marvel's Wolverine continues as planned. The game is in early production. Man, I cannot even read this without losing. Just just forget it. Just forget it. You know what? Just forget it. Like, I guess I'll try and play these after off screen somewhat, but yeah, this extreme duel 30 seconds is just not doable. It hasn't really sped up the process. Maybe it's had us play 6 games in an hour versus playing 3 games in an hour, but the win ratio is pathetically low. The amount of flexibility as far as cards you can play is pathetically low, and the frustration level is kind of through the roof as far as I'm concerned, as somebody who wants to only play collectible card games while being slightly distracted. Anyways, let's finish this here. Marvel's Wolverine continues as planned. The game is in early production and will no doubt greatly evolve throughout development, as do our plans. While we appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, we will share official information about Marvel's Wolverine when the time is right. On behalf of everyone at Insomniac, thank you for ongoing support during this challenging time. There is, and I imagine this is the debate that Metacritic was also having, a argument that's being had more these days, probably more than it really needs to, and definitely an argument that is being pushed by the video game industry, that mainstream video game journalists and video game journalists in general should not be reporting anything on this leak of data, whereas a lot of the information is newsworthy and that it is worthy of reporting on. If this was a case of like Edward Snowden leaking important information, I think a lot of people, if not most people, would say what Edward Snowden leaked out was actually important information that the public should have known and was better off by knowing. There was definitely that same argument in the Snowden case, that people shouldn't report on what he was leaking, and a lot of people actually didn't report on what he leaked. Some of it is definitely not newsworthy. Like there is a mild difference between considering yourself a journalist and then talking about the personal phone numbers, emails, social security numbers of individual employees, information that should be private always, versus generally saying that, say, let's just pick a number, 1,000 employees had their phone numbers, emails, social security numbers leaked, versus even going the extra mile and not even focusing on the personal information and focusing on the leaks as far as how it goes to the video game. There is far too much preciousness around the idea of game information being released only when the developer or publisher wants to release it, and only in the light that the developer and publisher wants you to see it. And honestly, it is only done that way to create a sense of hype and effectively trick and manipulate people into buying games they wouldn't normally buy anyways. And half the time it's lies. Let's just be honest here. Like, a lot of advertisement is puffery and just outright lies, running right up to the wall where you could sue them for false advertising. They won't cross that line, but but they definitely want to toe up to the line as far as false advertising. And yeah, so they don't really deserve a position of privilege or prestige. Publishers, game developers in general, publishers in general, don't deserve this level of prestige any more than any other advertisement agency deserves the level of prestige that we would all agree to pretend something that was leaked wasn't leaked and all agree not to look at it. There's basically nothing that could spoil a video game in particular as far as a leak. Not really. Like, if somebody had told me that BioShock Infinite ends with the with the multiverse theory that is shown at the end of BioShock Infinite. And had they shown me that full ending cutscene, it wouldn't really have ruined the experience of BioShock Infinite. And frankly, that ending scene, while very well received, is fairly separated from the rest of the interactive experience that BioShock Infinite has. Had that ending been completely different, it really wouldn't have changed much. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's ever been like a major surprise, particularly in video games, that would have spoiled or ruined anything. Like, Netflix has the Sandman live action series. The Sandman comic series, without spoiling it, has perhaps the biggest twist reveal ending that I can think of. Or, let's see, the Watchmen series has a pretty big twist reveal for the Watchmen movie. Both of those were spoiled because they had been out in comic book forms first. So the Sandman TV series, which is still in development, the Watchmen original movie, all of that had been spoiled. It's not a big deal. There's no major twist there. I think people are overly histrionic around spoilers, and particularly in video games. And it's supposed to be an interactive medium, so if there is something that's spoiled, why not just make it interactive and say, yes, you could have this ending, but you could also have that ending. That's not even really what game developers are trying to avoid spoiling. They're trying to avoid the fact that more than likely Suicide Squad is going to be a grinding, boring game. And that they just haven't really gotten it done well. But yeah. To talk more on this leak, I believe this is the same leak that released some PlayStation in general information, showing some old charts as far as how games really hadn't sold as well as you might have thought they would have, and how Horizon on the PlayStation 5 has outsold several other series and actually did much better. But then again, this might also be very old data, so they might be talking about like Horizon 1 and around the timeline when Horizon 1 came out, so it may be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years old info that they got leaked. So a lot could change. There's points there in a leak, I assume it's this same leak, where PlayStation actively admits that they're concerned about the Activision Blizzard merger and Microsoft just defeating them, because Microsoft is in a lot of different industries and fields in general. Microsoft's making Word products and their Azure server products, and they just have their Microsoft, the major corporation, has a lot of other sources of revenue, where Sony is mostly Sony Interactive Entertainment for PlayStation, Sony Movie Productions for movies, which has its own problems, and then Sony Electronics is pretty much the bulk of the rest of what Sony is. And TVs are super cheap these days, so even if Sony wants to charge a little bit extra for the brand name to have a Sony TV, they're not going to get much on that. So they actively, I think some of the posts were pointing out that they are going to have to focus more on mobile, and that isn't just going to be selling Sony Bravia cell phones as much as it's going to be selling mobile games on cell phones. Of course, all of those plans may be out the window with Jim Ryan leaving Sony Interactive Entertainment. All those plans could have been changed. It's pretty much the exact same thing when Microsoft leaked their own information out, is that all that information is not really that actionable. It's not really that useful to know those things. These are slideshows that could have been developed by one employee and could be fairly inaccurate, maybe not very inaccurate. They could be designed in such ways to motivate employees, so they could be intentionally deceptive in other ways. I certainly have worked jobs where they've shown slideshows where they've picked and chose the numbers to do effectively yellow journalism to make the employees feel like they're not doing as well, or that make the employees feel like they're doing better. They can't lie when they're filing information to shareholders, but you can definitely lie when you're showing information to your employees. You can tell your employees that you're going bankrupt next week if you want to, and I think there's very little that would happen to you if you did say that. I imagine for the next year we'll continue to have leaks, and I imagine there's a problem generally at Sony in that they just don't have good security. Like, Microsoft may have stupid employees who leaked out the information because their lawyers didn't properly censor out information, but Sony, in their filings in the Activision Blizzard case, also didn't properly black out information, and they did it the old-fashioned way. They had papers that they had taken a black marker to, and then they had scanned or faxed the black markered out papers, which left it still readable, because that's not how black markers work and scanners work. And that almost certainly speaks to the Sony being a Japanese company and doing most of their filings from Japan through fax machines, and the way a lot of businesses in Japan still do things. But yeah, if anything, 2024 should be the year of security. They've already laid off so many employees. Now would be the time to say, hey, we're going to lay off a whole bunch of employees, so let's make a new system. When we hire new employees, we can train them on the new security system. We can be way more secure and cautious there. Of course, businesses almost never care about security in any sort, but like IT in particular. And they complain about implementing new systems because they'd say they would have to train all the legacy employees, even if you just laid off a significant amount of the legacy employees to retrain them. A lot of times you may just have to have two different systems anyways, and legacy employees are using the old system, new employees are using a new system. But yeah, now would be the time, with all the massive amount of layoffs in the video game world, for everybody to triple up on the security level there. And yeah, I'm sure work from home possibly open some doors for more VPN flaws, for more viruses on home computers going through VPNs to get data. On the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if there's been so many people laid off that some of those people didn't care about security, or straight up worked with the hackers to let them get inside and release information. Which, at a certain level, that's probably a fairly valid thing to do. Is employees should be terrified of laying off their employees in fear that information would leak out one way or the other. Usually the information would leak out in the form of people having interviews, which we'll almost certainly see a lot of horror stories coming out from laid off employees next year. But yeah, if you piss off a former employee, they may just spout out the password, and that's on the business themselves to change the passwords. So you can't be hacked that way or socially engineer the employees. For more bad news, Tencent and NetEase, the two major Chinese video game companies, have lost $80 billion in value as China plans to limit game spending yet again. New rules are going to ban rewarding users for playing and spending regularly, cap digital wallet top-ups. So yeah, China, as a government, is not done crushing the video game industry of China. And yeah, there was a story I'd heard maybe about 6 months ago where there was this claim that the Chinese companies had gotten way better and followed the rules, and as such that they believed the Chinese government was going to take their boot off the neck of their own video game companies. But no, it's not the case at all. I think that is nonsense hopefulness in a situation that does not justify being hopeful. I think there is an inherent dislike for video games in the Chinese government, which is run by a bunch of old people, pretty much a small handful of old people, and they are working on massive scales, and they see every single citizen of pretty much any age worthy of being a worker, and they need every citizen to be a worker under the communist mentality. And so they're trying to destroy anything that would be a different form of entertainment or entertainment in general in favor of people being bored into working more hours at a factory at slave wages, at slave hours. In general, if the Chinese Communist government is willing to allow entertainment, they want it to be 100% propagandistic entertainment that promotes what they call traditional Chinese values, which even that phrase, in my mind, doesn't really mean much, because traditional Chinese values to me would be the warring states era of multiple countries all fighting each other, followed by a unification era of China in which China has really been run by foreign powers. Mainland China doesn't really have values. And if you get down on the personal level, somebody in like one district, somebody in Tibet, for instance, a Tibetan owned by controlled by China, has completely different values than somebody in the like palace in the walled city. Or yeah, it's far too large of a place to say people have traditional values. Same thing is true for the United States too. People in Texas have completely different values than people in Boston, and they have completely different values than people in Florida. To say that there is a United Statesian traditional values concept, it's not. There really just can't be anything like that. At best, you're saying puritanical values of the first settlers of the United States. But even by the time you had the 13 colonies, you had significantly different values and regions in the United States, and you're just ignoring history at that point to say there would be United States traditional values. So yeah, this is a example I would put out there of how the instability, or at least the lack of 100% focus on capitalism that capitalist countries like the United States would have, creates a major instability, and in this case has created a loss of potential global gross domestic value because of world trade and a lack of tariffs and restrictions, which there probably should be more tariffs and restriction and less world trade. We're just not anywhere close to the idea of free, unfettered world trade making sense. Tencent has been allowed to invest heavily in companies throughout the world, and now that they've lost $80 billion, they probably are going to try to make up that money either by getting more profit on games outside of China or by shutting down and saving expenses by shutting down companies outside of China. Or, I mean, Tencent may try to put more and more outside of China, but in the end, Tencent will always be known as a Chinese company first. They can't really move their citizenship or their residency out of China, and that's really where this 80 billion is going down, is because it's not anything that Tencent or NetEase really did. It's just what the Chinese announced as a plan did. And the speculation has lost $80 billion. So even if Tencent only had like 1% of its business in China and 99% of its business was outside of China, still this kind of information can cause it to lose such evaluations. The Steam Winter Sale is now live, offering huge savings on thousands of games. According to Video Games Chronicle, the promotion will be running until January 4th. Yeah. The problem with these sales, certainly, though, is just how many games are new. If you're caught up and have gotten everything from previous years that you really wanted to play, you're getting just like the most recent Call of Duty Modern Warfare, or Resident Evil 4 is a good one, Hogwarts Legacy is a good one, but a lot of these are just maybe cheaper than they were last year, but they're potentially the same thing from last year too. If you were to buy all of these games, you're only talking $200 or $300 as far as the featured discounts that Video Games Chronicle is highlighting. Everything else is going to be at that much lower tier of a AA game, single A game, an independent game, some small Steam game, or a very old game that will have maybe a deep discount but will still not be something that special. Then again, if you're only going to play 40 games a year, which is what they say the average person plays, I could see doing that. I could see buying Hogwarts Legacy, Diablo 4, Resident Evil 4, Call of Duty, and then just playing that if you're just a regular player throughout the course of the next year. Honestly, maybe spin it around a little bit and don't play Diablo 4, but play Horizon Zero Dawn instead, or even Sonic Superstars. I'll go through the list. There is also a update with this sale that Steam has changed, and we'll see if we can get to the blog there to show it later on. But with the update, shopping carts should now be synchronized across multiple sites, which that's always been a big problem with me. If I start shopping in the Steam client, what's in the shopping cart on the Steam client is different than if I start shopping in Firefox or Chrome. If you start shopping on a laptop and then you go to your computer, that's not synchronized. So that they've finally figured out how to fix that, and they've implemented the hide a game feature, which is opposite from the current hide a game feature, which is I think it's actually called private a game. And basically, when you hide a game, the feature that used to exist, it would hide it from your library, but everybody else could go to your profile and see you still owned it. This is the opposite. When you private a game, let's just use that phrase, you're hiding it from everybody else seeing it, but you still see it in your library. This is inherently because of a very large increase in adult games being allowed on Steam, and just a increase of people buying and playing adult games. And it will be yet another feature that other storefronts like the Epic Games Store are either going to have to rush to add, or they're not going to bother to add, and then maybe that's an issue there. I haven't done the full research here because privating a game, I'm not sure how that would be affected to something like Family Share, since Family Share is kind of not very easily integrated into Steam. It exists, but sharing things is fairly manual last time I looked, and not something you could just sort by whether or not it's an adult game or not. But I definitely could see people, even people that don't buy adult games, but buy, say, Call of Duty, wanting the private Call of Duty and then family sharing all their Lego games, all their Disney games to their kids, particularly with the increase of the Steam Deck and the viability there of handing a Steam Deck, which is still an expensive device, to a kid, and them treating it like a Nintendo Switch. Video Games Chronicle also says South Park Snow Day has been dated and a massively expensive collector's edition has been announced. It's a 3D co-op game that will launch in March of 2024, March 26, and the limited collector's edition is $219 or 219 euros or 189 pounds. I thought the pound was weaker than the US dollar usually. Pound used to be more expensive. Limited edition comes with the game, a snow globe, a talking toilet paper holder, a knit beanie, and a selection of 6 tarot cards. Which, does that mean they only made 6 tarot cards, or you're getting a random assortment in the original soundtrack? Let's see if we can maybe skip around here and see. So this is the kind of garbage that generally people don't want, but I could see being a fan. That feels like that wouldn't hold a very large roll of toilet paper. I can see a fan of South Park, if there are really fans of South Park. That looks pretty cheap. And, you know, I assume it's the same 6 tarot cards, the interesting 6 tarot cards that most people would know about. Let's see that. Let's see. The Wheel of Fortune, the Devil, the Prince of Reeds, the King of Reeds, and I would assume maybe the Queen of Reeds. And then one more. Although interesting here, let's see if we can get a better frame. The Devil traditionally has a man and woman naked chained on either side of the Devil. So as tarot cards from South Park, they're not even really pushing it to a real extreme here. You'd think that there would be death or the tower. Yeah, death definitely you would expect to be here, but then also the tower would be a good one to also have, or the Hanged Man would be a good one to have also. But yeah, mostly just gimmick things that in total don't justify a $160. Now I really would question how many South Park fans exist that are willing to get a limited edition video game for a video game that has a decent chance of not being that successful. And there's no statement here that you're even getting the digital deluxe edition of the game. You may just be getting the basic version of the game for $220, and then you may still end up having to pay to get cosmetic packs, additional weapon types, and a new game mode, which that's kind of crazy to hide a new game mode behind the deluxe edition. Noticeably, this game has not shown us anything as far as a trailer to make it really look interesting. Whereas I feel like the 2 previous South Park RPG games, Silent But Whole and whatever the one before that was, I feel like they, by this point, already had trailers out and had shown things, and they had little animated cutscenes to show off. And certainly those games are basically 10 years ago, so they're from 10 years ago, so like that would have been 10 years closer to the heyday of South Park, where South Park nowadays, it still exists, but I don't think people are talking about it because it's not particularly controversial. It's not particularly doing anything interesting or new. They've played through every idea, I think, at this point, and satirized every idea they can think of. And until there is something new in the news to happen that they could satirize, they probably are just going to slowly make generic episodes. And I question if South Park ever would hold up to watching a rewatch of it and going back and like trying to watch all of South Park from the first episode. It almost certainly wouldn't. It's run into the Futurama problem in that series really can only go so long before they just fall into a pattern, and I guess that's not so much a Futurama problem as it is a Simpsons problem. But Simpsons also has been going on forever and still is going on, and I imagine South Park will still go on. Special shout out, I guess, to Burnhouse Lane, the maker of the Cat Lady game trilogy, or the Devil Came Through Here trilogy as it's actually called. Has this game on sale, 40% off at $8.99, which is a much more reasonable price. The Cat Lady Downfall Lorelei. And this definitely still looks like the Cat Lady series. I don't believe that this is a remake of the first Cat Lady game, although we could potentially do that. But yeah, it is definitely getting special promotion by me because I follow that person, whereas plenty of other games are also on sale, and I'm not going to highlight that. The game designer of Lollipop Chainsaw, Relayer, God Wars, Root Letter, Demon Gaze, Killer is Dead, and Can Coley. Half of these games I don't think came to the West. Has something new to say. And what was it? It was, thank you so very much for the messages we received from so many people this year. We will finally release Lollipop Chainsaw Repop in 2024, so please look forward to it. Also on New Year's Day, we will start a giveaway campaign for Juliet figures, so be sure to participate. Thank you for all the messages I have received this show more this year. Oh no, it's in Japanese and then it's in English. He's translating himself, and then my translation thing is just translating it all to English. And so he's put out a screenshot of, I assume, Repop, and this isn't just a screenshot of the original Lollipop Chainsaw game. So yeah, they're still working on this game. It'll be very interesting. It probably will be very much like El Shaddai in that this is such a niche game that it will get a remake, and then I wouldn't be surprised if Repop goes on sale on Steam and has 200 to 1,000 reviews. We're in a very different time, particularly with mainstream video game journalists. There's just fewer of them, and less of them are willing to play weirder games. So I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't just a lot of push to play a game like this. On the other hand, any streamer, any PewDiePie type streamer could play Lollipop Chainsaw and get it a lot more views. The more views that it probably would be nice to, if it did get it, I wouldn't really say it inherently deserves a lot more views, maybe a little bit more views. But then also we have the issue, certainly, and I didn't cover it much, as far as Twitch increasingly being lax on more adult content than what Lollipop Chainsaw Repop will be. And so, by comparison, Lollipop Chainsaw coverage would be quaint compared to semi-nude, fake nude, hot tub stream type stuff that's going on. Yes, Twitch did introduce almost a complete free license for one day to do animated nudity, and then immediately rolled it back because they were overwhelmed by nudity and they were having to ban so many people. But that definitely feels like that's where Twitch is going. And at a certain level, if that's where Twitch wants to be, it feels like that's fine, but it also feels like Twitch should just probably split itself off or rebrand itself completely and say it is just an OnlyFans website and kick all the kids off and have age verifications. It really can't have its cake and eat it too in that situation. Although it is interesting how it may eventually put some pressure on YouTube to loosen up their rules, but I don't think YouTube ever would do that. I think YouTube would rather just fail than go the way of Twitch. Undoubtedly, right now we just need yet another website like Twitch, another competition to YouTube and Twitch that is much more strict. And at a certain level, if a bunch of conservative people, parents, said, hey, we're going to make a Twitch, but we're going to be fairly conservative about it, and we're not going to allow specific games like The Witcher 3 or Baldur's Gate because they have adult content in them, in a few scenes even, that might work fairly well. Like, there's plenty of games that have no adult content at all. Of course, if you made a Twitch but it is super conservative and there's just like no blasphemy allowed, no fantasy around religion, no cussing, no blood, that probably wouldn't work. You could make a Disney-fied version of that for a few games, but it would be a very small selection of games. It would almost have to be Disney has a collection of games you can play online, and then Disney has a service where you can stream your footage for those specific Disney games in that situation. But yeah, I hope Lollipop Chainsaw Repop is 1, good, and 2, get some coverage, but I suspect it won't. Speaking of adult games, which has been, I guess, on the minds of many in the past couple days, the Epic Game Store is going to allow adult games if they're blockchain, which seems ridiculously specific. The Epic Game Store's stance on adult games gets a slight exception for blockchain titles. Apparently this has adjusted its policy, where I guess the adults only... The change still bans overwhelming majority of games that have received an ESRB rating, while also introduces an exception for adults only rated blockchain games, so long as the rating was granted due to the use of the controversial tech. So it's not nudity games that they're allowing blockchain games. They want that blockchain money, and ESRB has created perhaps a restrictive element here by saying anything with blockchain in it should be adult only. And I don't think I fully agree with that. As far as the ESRB stance, I could see why they would have done that, and maybe they're phrasing it wrong. I could see adults only for cryptocurrency, but I could see an argument for making a blockchain game, or a game that used a blockchain in a unique way that didn't really have monetary value. But inherently, an NFT is something designed to have monetary value, and even if you didn't design something to have monetary value, it being unique on the blockchain may make it finite enough that it would have monetary value. But the technology of blockchains could be used in a few places. Very few, in my opinion. Most places, it's a waste of electricity, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of energy. Perhaps a waste of hard drive space in some cases. So Gods Unchained and Striker Manager 3 were removed when ESRB gave them an adults only rating, which this may also highlight how few games actually get adults only rating. Most games that think they're going to get adults only don't even bother to be rated by the ESRB, unless the ESRB is now proactively rating video games, which they probably should be. But yeah. In the summer of 2020, Epic started letting NFT and Web3 games exist in the storefront, distinguishing it from Valve's stance against the technology, even with the rating attached to the developer still making good on its promise. I don't think they've really made a lot of money from that. It may be fairly hard to even get a cut from blockchain technology as a storefront, since blockchain is kind of designed to stop middlemen in general from getting a cut or being involved in any way. I definitely would lean towards Steam's stance way more if it were my choice to just say no to blockchains. And I would basically have to say it would be a blanket no until we see an example of a game where it would be a yes, and then I would put out a personal conversation with the maker of the one game that uses blockchain that should be on the storefront. It's undoubtedly the hopes of Epic that at some point Fortnite and V-Bucks will be on a blockchain. I think that is pretty obviously where they'd like to go. They'd like to go the NFTs on Fortnite. They'd like to have it be as good as the Counter-Strike Go knife skins that get traded on Steam. And at some point, maybe the Counter-Strike Go knife skins will become NFTs and be traded on a blockchain too, just to compete. But right now, I think Valve is right to just say stay away from the technology. YouTube creators put out perhaps one of the most capitalistic, soulless tweets you can put out during Christmas. And the reminder now is the quote, not quote, but asterisk, most wonderful time of the year, asterisk, to sell your merch through YouTube shopping, eyeballs, and presents. Hashtag YouTube Partner Program. Which, by the way, there's a fairly big YouTube channel called Now in the 90s who just got kicked out of the YouTube Partner Program for basically reusing most of their content is reusing old content from the 90s, and it's almost certainly a mistake to kick them out because they're aggregating old information. So it's like this day in history in the 90s these events would have happened, and they actually put a lot of effort into what they're doing. Anyways, talking about old video games mostly that would have come out during that time, or movies, things like that, forms of entertainment. But yeah, this is YouTube creators, not even YouTube advertisers, being just further pushed to try and sell absolutely everything. It definitely points out a fact that a lot of these YouTube Twitter accounts, if you're not just complaining to them because your channel got banned, they have very little reason to exist, and it's just one more place where somebody can say something that can be misconstrued as official rulings or explanations, and it's one more place where whoever's running that Twitter account is desperately trying to get engagement and just justify their own job, when there really should just be an at YouTube, and that should be the only one. And if there is going to be YouTube creators, they shouldn't really bother to tweet out anything at all until they add new features, and then new rules changes or new features should be all they really put out. And even then, it should be a link to a single page that explains the rules in exhaustive detail. But yeah, particularly this year, I'm not sure YouTube has added a single feature that is valuable or changed the rules in any way that's helpful to anybody. It feels like YouTube overall has just gotten worse this year, or stayed the same. Apparently Take-Two is struggling with a post-Zynga acquisition. Well, it's struggling with mobile games post its Zynga acquisition. This is from GameDeveloper.com. Despite wanting to be a big player in the mobile games industry, acquiring Zynga to achieve those dreams may have come too late for Take-Two. I would have to kind of see a list of what Take-Two games are even right now, as far as what games and franchises they have. Like they're the publisher. They're going to be the publisher of Grand Theft Auto 6. But I guess overall, their failures in mobile this year would have been the remakes of GTA 3 and Vice City. And generally, I'd say some of their failures too is that they didn't find a way to remake GTA 1, which is a very different game, or just full-on reboot GTA 1 into a different experience. They have something called Grand Theft Auto available for sale, but also they're not going to be able to succeed just on GTA. I don't know if any video game developer for consoles and PC games is going to do well in mobile. Mobile games are so incredibly different, and they're focused in such a different way. They're way more monetized. They're way more designed so you spend less time on them. They require way more updates if you're going to stick with it for 2 or 3 years, which is what you want your audience to be on mobile, and is not something that game developers care about. Game developers just want you to pre-order the game and play it for 6 weeks to 6 months and not trade it in for store credit. That's all they care about. So everything is different. The amount of polish you have to put in a AAA game changes drastically compared to a mobile game. The controller inputs are completely different. I just don't see anytime soon a case where a mainstream video game company can just acquire a mobile company or try to become a mobile company themselves without relearning what a video game on a mobile device is, because it is really apples to oranges. A mobile game is basically a completely different thing compared to a console game or a PC game, much more than the difference between, say, a Switch game and a PC game with the highest demanding ray tracing graphics and settings. This isn't so much video game related, but this new comic book business that might be something Distillery has announced new hires. 5 new hired people. I don't think I really recognize any of them, though. But yeah. Distillery in general is growing. I think perhaps more than they have like several podcasts going on here and several features. I thought this was a comic. Yeah, it's got a comic previews. There's movies and televisions. they're trying to be full transmedia, I guess, podcast and everything, and I guess that's the right thing to do. Here, their website's not working particularly well. So we're seeing previews for Marvel comics, which is weird, because I would have thought the distillery wouldn't have gotten any Marvel or DC products. These might be comics that were written by people that used to work at Marvel, or they're straight up just linking to something else. The Comixology app, in comparison, let's just click home and see if we can get a better idea. Am I looking at Distillery, or am I looking at the wrong website? I think I might be looking at the wrong website, and that might be, I explain my confusion here. Yeah, I'm looking at a website called Major Spoilers. That's the issue. I would need to find a link to Distillery themselves. Yeah, let's go to Distillery themselves to get a better understanding. This is Distillery's a website. So, and these are their comics. So, yeah, they've got 2 or 3 comics under the Distillery label, not Marvel Comics. So, on one level, there could be these creators could grow and grow and grow, and this could be a fairly large competitor to Marvel and DC, being relatively the only independent comic company out there, where there might very well be other independent comic creators, lots of them online in particular. But this might be a big third competitor to Marvel, which is owned by Disney, and DC, which is owned by Warner Brothers. Or it might be nothing else, nothing at all. Stack Social, in comparison, didn't really succeed that much because Stack Social is more of an attempt that was founded by former comic people to put out their own blogs, not to be a publisher per se of actual comics. And what does that really mean for video gamers? Probably not that much, but we might see some comics eventually turn into video games, but they would have to be super popular, and it probably would take over a decade in general, as far as how long that would happen. So yeah, this may take a long time to really turn into anything that's newsworthy. Back to video games. The Myst 30th Anniversary Collection has been updated. Right now it's on sale, for me at least, at $17.54. In part, though, that is because there's just the Myst remake available right now. So you would just be, in my case, topping it up for the Myst remake, most recent Myst remake, which I've finally finished playing all the Myst games, so it's kind of crazy to get the remake and start all over again without at least giving it a year or two. This is a great example, though, of one of the benefits of having these kinds of bundles if they get updated. A lot of times they don't, in that you can get it slightly cheaper, save about $1.95 to buy and top up your bundle, than it would be to just buy the games individually over time. But that only works if you're actually going to play all the games. Even in the Myst series, you're in this weird situation now where for new players, I'd say play the new Myst, play the new Riven when it comes out, which is not this game, and then maybe rush through the rest of the games. I think Myst 3 Exile is kind of worth playing, but Revelation and End of Ages are fairly rough. Uru is a completely different experience too, so and it's fairly rough. And then you really are getting into just a history lesson if you're going to play the Myst Masterpiece Edition, then the real Myst Masterpiece Edition, compared to the Myst Remake, which in order you would want to play the Masterpiece Edition, then the real Myst Masterpiece Edition, then Myst. But this still doesn't really include like the HyperCard version that would have worked on a Mac Apple II computer a long time ago, which would technically, I think, be the original version of Myst, but nobody's really going to expect you to play that version, and the Masterpiece Edition isn't really that different from it. The major difference is the Myst Masterpiece Edition, you have set perspectives. When you click somewhere, you teleport to that location. If you click to the left, you will rotate 90 degrees to see another set perspective. Real Myst, you have free range of movement in the game, which changes the game slightly, but not much. If you don't really know the puzzles, it might be way easier to play the Masterpiece Edition first. Once you've played the game once, you know all the puzzle solutions. Real Myst makes a lot of sense. The Myst Remake is a modern game, and obviously it's going to have free range of movement. There might be slight differences in the content. They may have added something in Real Myst, or added something even more in Myst. I imagine they did add something in Real Myst, and they're going to add something in the Riven remake too. Ubisoft had a party, Ubisoft Montreal did, and there's really nothing wrong with having a party at the end of the year, but there perhaps is a mistake in publicly announcing it on your Twitter. This is at Life at Ubisoft, which maybe isn't an official Twitter, but obviously is being run by somebody with access. Here we have their party, in which they've been able to take a photo of the crowd, which looks very, very large, behind the DJ. You have people in costumes here. Yeah, in this era of everybody getting laid off, having such a public admittance of partying is kind of crazy. Hiring a juggler isn't super crazy, but having an entire circus themed party perhaps is, and having all the lighting, having it take place at what I assume is a circus. They probably rented out a circus, come to think of it. So that's where a lot of this ridiculousness comes from. Not very seasonally appropriate, though. Montreal, Canada, I imagine, is cold enough and would still celebrate Christmas or this happy holiday seasons. But yeah, I would think at the moment that people probably should not put out those kinds of photos. Here is a much more reasonable thing at Ubisoft Mumbai, and perhaps in Mumbai the budget for parties are much less, and that's why it's much more reasonable that you would just be in an office with a fancy cake. This is still a fairly fancy cake that's been decorated. Here you have a group of smaller people, smaller people in general, compared to Ubisoft Montreal. And even this group here seems fairly small. And if anything, it's kind of ridiculous how small this cake is compared to all these people. This is not enough cake. But generally, you do tend to have a party where there's one fancy cake and then there's a whole bunch of sheet cakes that for people to actually eat. And very few people actually cut and eat the fancy cake, or you don't cut and eat the fancy cake at all. Yeah, so even if this was a case where only a small selection of this rave, which I guess is basically what you call it, are Ubisoft employees, you're still giving off the impression that that's quite a lot of people you're partying with. For an average gamer, though, it doesn't really mean that much. At a certain level, even if Ubisoft cut off all the budget to all the partying and all the cakes, it probably wouldn't change the quality of a video game by much. And Ubisoft does have a lot of accusations against itself of being a hostile work environment, for lack of a better term. I mean, technically that'd be the exact legal term that it's been accused of. That having parties makes a lot of sense anyways. That the work hard, play hard mentality is still, I think, way too prevalent in game developers, and generally it's just way too prevalent amongst most industries. And the mentality of having parties and hanging out with your coworkers outside of work is, I think, also, personally in my opinion, a problem and shouldn't be encouraged either. But yeah, Ubisoft's not throwing $1 million soirees or anything like that. It's not $1,000 steak plates or anything crazy. Apparently, a GTA 6 hacker has been sentenced to indefinite hospital order, which that sucks in general for him. This is from Video Games Chronicle. He was convicted of being a member of the international hacking group Lapsus. If I recall correctly, and I might be totally wrong about this, he may very well have been kind of a non-acting spokesman that they could find and capture, and they're throwing the book at him when he actually didn't actively do any of the hacking. I definitely have heard a story like that. Maybe this is not that story. And it does seem kind of crazy that you'd be held indefinitely, potentially for the rest of your life, for being a hacker. Even if you are crazy, like, because I definitely have heard stories in the United States where people commit criminal activities and then they get thrown in indefinite hospital order type situations where they are held forever, either as crazy, or the hospital comes back eventually and says they are now fit to stand trial, and then they stand trial, and then they are held and imprisoned in a regular prison after that fact, which definitely just doesn't seem fair. And it has been definitely a source of concern in the legal system, in which the prosecution has forced actually crazy people to just plead guilty and go to jail. That way they have a specific date in which they would be released, when really they should be in a mental facility. There isn't really a system that seems to exist where people would say, if somebody's crazy and thus they were crazy when they committed the crime, that part of the treatment and part of the idea of them being released from hospital would be that they are also now no longer that same person or in that same mindset that committed the crime, so they should also be released from any like punishment furthermore from that. Or at the very least, you would hope that the system would be you get 15 years in jail or hospital, but not both. And so if you've been in the hospital for, say, 10 years and they say you're sane, then you have to do 5 more years in jail. But that's not the situation, as I've heard it. I've heard it that you can be in a psychiatric facility for 15, 20, 30 years, the rest, almost the rest of your life, and then they still might try and convict you and throw you in jail after that. It definitely seems extreme for hacking, though. Like, financial crimes really should not have lifetime sentences. In my case, this is an 18-year-old now, 17-year-old at the time. Yeah. But yeah, there's really no major details here either. By the time you get to the, let's see, what point here? By the time you get to this sentence, this is all just advertisements for Grand Theft Auto. Rockstar released the first official trailer, racked up 90 million views. It's been confirmed that the game will take part in Vice City. GTA 6 will be released on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S in 2025. So, a article about a 18-year-old, 17-year-old. I thought he was 18, but I guess it says here 17. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, the real story stops here with not that many. That feels like far too much. Hopefully he can appeal, but a lot of people held in mental hospitals, I think, probably struggle to appeal more than even people in prison do. Particularly since mental hospitals have the ability to just keep people drugged up and not lucid when they would potentially want to meet with a lawyer. YouTube gaming, compared to YouTube creators on Twitter, has been even worse this year. Their most recent tweet here is, "What are you coping at the Steam sale this year?" Or copping. I guess that's copping at the Steam sale this year. And it's just a altered image of a Steam store and the word sale. It's probably a Best Buy if I was to guess. Best Buy tends to have this kind of facade and wide doors in the middle. But yeah, throughout the year, YouTube gaming in particular has been absolutely awful. Trying to get engagement. What's the first game that comes to mind when you see this logo, for instance? And I guess they got 111,000 views with a pathetic 436 comments, 130 retweets, 554 hearts. But yeah, particularly YouTube gaming, I don't believe has said a single thing this year as far as targeting specific YouTube content creators that make video games. There's been no focus that I can recall this year for video game content creators at all. Nothing that would help us, nothing that would give us more options to organize and release videos. No real push to even have us make YouTube shorts that make sense. So yeah, YouTube not really interested in gamers, and I don't suspect it will change much next year, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see just another adpocalypse, very possibly with no real trigger, in January or February, where they just once again raise the YouTube partner program requirements, or just kick out a bunch of people to save some money, or reduce the rates. In general, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just reducing the rates. A Fallout 76 roadmap includes a map expansion in 2024. Bethesda says the game has now been played by over 17 million players. This is from Video Games Chronicles also. I suspect that not a ton of new players are playing Fallout 76 still. The Fallout TV series from Amazon Prime might push a small percentage of people to play Fallout 76, but I just don't think the game really makes sense. I also saw that one of the updates that they're going to add to Starfield is some survivability, survival mechanics, which are suspected to have been in the game originally, then ripped out to make the game have more of a general popular appeal, and now are being added back to the game because there really isn't that much to do in Starfield. The Epic Games Store's last free game has been revealed, Melvor Middle, which this is the game right now that I'm struggling to try and get on the Epic Games Store because I cannot get through the CAPTCHA. Devolver Digital had a happy holidays. I don't think that was really why I clicked on them though. Did I have a reason why I clicked on them? Let's see, scroll down here. Let's see if there was a reason. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I had this tab open. May have just clicked on it. Talos Principle is Steam Deck verified. It's also 20% off. That's probably what caught my attention. Terra Nil does look somewhat intriguing as a game, and it might be on sale. The Last Supper image with the Cult of the Lamb. This is all the way back from October 20th, and this is fan art. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here that needs to be talked about, so we'll just move on. The International Game Developers Association has shown up more on my feed. I don't know if I subscribed to them relatively recently or unmuted them. They're announcing closure of their office, which doesn't really matter too much to most people. But one thing that did catch my attention is in the last stream, I talked about how it's kind of weird that there aren't any Jewish video game development companies, like companies that are mostly made up of Jewish people or just in Israel in general. Israel does have a lot of, like, Intel is in Israel, a lot of technology and such. I question if maybe the vast majority of the programmers in Israel are working for the Israeli government to hack other countries instead of make video games. But apparently there is a organization here, a Facebook group, I guess, for the International Game Developer Association, SIG, Jewish Game Developers Single Interest Group, maybe is what SIG stands for. Starting at the start of 2023, they began hosting monthly discussions around the topics of Jewishness and games. If you're interested in joining Discord, you can contact the social media and email. It doesn't seem like it's a very public group, to say the least. And I'm not going to bother to try and infiltrate the group or anything like that to figure out who may even be a member. So I'm still really at the same point that I don't know if any video game company based out of Israel or just made up of mostly Jews. There probably are quite a few companies, video game companies, where the CEO or the owner might be Jewish, but we'll focus on the Jewish faith or the Jewish culture in the games they develop, which gets back to the reason I was talking about it in general, which is El Shaddai being a Japanese game, talking about making a heavily fictionalized version of the Book of Enoch, one of the apocryphal texts of the Old Testament, not in what is called the Old Testament, but yes, in the Jewish books. But yeah, they probably should have more of a presence, I would say. It is kind of crazy that there isn't like a Facebook group or a Twitter feed or something. Even if they know just having Jewish in their name is going to lead to them getting a lot of hate, a lot of bots hating on them. Just having a presence or website or something to kind of say, here's our proud members, proud to say that they are part of our membership. Here's what we get to. Here's the monthly meetings. Here's what we're discussing. Here's what we're thinking. It all being done in secret leads to feed the paranoia of many anti-Jewish people, and certainly doesn't make anything exciting that you could talk about as far as announcements as such. Christians have also been very poor about making video games based on any of the Old or New Testament, when there's plenty of stories there that could be interesting to make a fictionalization on, or even try and do something with. The inherent problem, certainly with the Old Testament, the New Testament in particular, is that it is mostly telling a story of non-violence, which most video games are violent. So there's a issue there, certainly. I could see making something like a Telltale game, though, where you're going through the events of the Bible of Jesus, and it's prompting you to see if you can remember specific sentences and how they were said in the Bible, or if it was just in general asking you to act like Jesus and make decisions that are directly made by Jesus in the Bible. But yeah, it is kind of crazy that the closest thing to the New Testament, and well, even post New Testament dogma that was added after the Bible was written, such as the way we think of angels generally in media and the way they're depicted. It's crazy that Bayonetta is the closest thing to that, and having angels and principalities and all of that was pretty much just thought up by monks amongst the Catholic Church over the past 1,000 years. But yeah, once again, it's a Japanese company, it's a Japanese creative person leaning on that. It's not like we even do the opposite in the other direction. It's not like there's Westerners making yokai games and that we're taking stories of yokai and the slit mouth woman and trying to make video games based on that. There are Japanese people that make yokai games and some of the monsters in Japan. But yeah, if anything, I think Western game developers are in danger of being accused of being uncreative because they're not leaning on any existing myths or stories, and instead they're mostly just retelling military action stories over and over again, whether or not it's Halo set in space or Call of Duty set in modern time frames or World War II games. Moving on, Jill Braff has been appointed the head of Bethesda and ZeniMax Studios. Microsoft says the studios will continue to operate limited integrated entities. I imagine eventually they need to eliminate the limited from that and just make them integrated entities. In particular, I still heavily question, just on the face of it, if ZeniMax needs to exist. It seems like it would make a lot more sense for all the subsidiaries, Bethesda and Arcane Studios, and I probably could name some more if I thought about it, but I'm not going to bother. All the companies that are under ZeniMax right now, Bethesda being the big one, should just be broken up and put under the same leadership as every other company like Double Fine and Activision and Blizzard. They should all be on a parallel, equal footing, all accountable to one person in general for who makes the major decisions, instead of having extra steps in the ladder, the corporate ladder. And I hope that's what they're going to. At the very least, we're starting to see moves in which people who have been at Microsoft for a longer time, people who are considered trustworthy and established people at Microsoft, are taking over control of the acquisitions. Of course, that could also ruin things. Like, any change can make things worse as much as it can make things better. It's equally possible. So we may very well see Jill Brath being put in charge of ZeniMax, and then all of a sudden Bethesda and ZeniMax games just become even worse and even slower to release. Todd Howard is still around at some level. They didn't fire him, in case that was a concern, but I think plenty of other people probably are going to be pushed to leaving and to retiring eventually. And you do have to certainly recognize that the Microsoft before they acquired ZeniMax, the Microsoft before they started acquiring a bunch of companies, really was kind of nothing. So they really hadn't established themselves as being the geniuses in the room as far as running video game companies. Maybe they've evolved into being that, but I mean, Bungie was the Halo maker. So Microsoft at best was good at making the original Xbox and the hardware, but then they needed Bungie to make the first Halo game, the first system seller game that people went back to playing over and over again. Before then, you're talking maybe Microsoft Flight Simulator was being programmed by Microsoft, and maybe Ages of Empires was being programmed by Microsoft, but that's about it. And so it's a very different situation now, where Microsoft owns Activision and Blizzard and Bungie, and well, they don't own Bungie, but they own 343, the people in charge of Halo now, and several other companies. The hope is that they acquired actual talent and have maintained and learned from actual talent in all these acquisitions. The fear is that they acquired a bunch of companies and they own the IP now, but they don't have the leadership to actually make sequels and make more games with the IP. And eventually we'll just see Microsoft potentially, if they do fail on that aspect, we might just see them leasing out and franchising out games to third-party developers, second-party developers, which maybe they should be doing some of that already, since they're struggling with like Perfect Dark remake. And we may be in a situation at that point where nobody really wants to pay to lease out Perfect Dark and make a Perfect Dark, when they can just make a game like Perfect Dark and call it a different name. We kind of have seen some of this failure with like Killer Instinct already. Killer Instinct is definitely not churning out as much content as Mortal Kombat is, and those two should be competing on an annual basis, really. Moving on, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is getting an epilogue DLC next month, according to Video Games Chronicles. Players must have finished the Teal Mask and the Indigo Disc to, I guess, play this content, maybe to even install the content. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet definitely went in a weird direction, from being kind of in this British world to now seemingly being back in Japan. And then they're going in a fairly weird direction with these kimonos, because neither male or female people would be wearing short style kimonos with a slit up the leg. They would be wearing dress style kimonos that almost certainly would go below the knees, if not almost to the feet. But they need the short style because they introduced the Pokemon that acts like motorcycles, and they can't have people riding a motorcycle side saddle because they're wearing skirts or dresses, whether they're male or female characters. I imagine this will be the last bit of content from Scarlet and Violet, and then we'll begin the cycle again with the next Pokemon game, and hopefully the next game is a little bit better, but unfortunately I suspect a little bit better is as much as you can hope for. Probably won't be a lot better. And it's not really a situation in Pokemon's case where a Switch 2, if it was way more powerful, would make Pokemon games work better. And they just need more money behind them and more staff behind them, and frankly they probably need a team of new people that can program on a new engine behind them instead of the old programmers who are still from the days of programming the original Pokemon games on Game Boy, which was a very different experience. I wouldn't be surprised if the Pokemon Company becomes very much like the Nintendo Company, in that the vast majority of Nintendo games are actually secretly programmed by second-party developers, not by the internal programmers at Nintendo. Moving on, if the page wants to load. Let's see, we may have already talked about this. Game developers end-of-year wrap-up. Developers revolted at Unity's planned runtime fees. I guess most of this we probably already remember. E3 kicking the bucket. Embracer Group was torched its development studios. We might see Microsoft also do that in the next year. Although Embracer Group had to do it because they needed the money, it seems, whereas Microsoft probably wouldn't need that. Xbox game plans were leaked by Microsoft. Baldur's Gate 3 rolled a natural 20, and that it was very successful. And so that's GameDeveloper.com's major stories they want you to think of as far as events that define the year. And yeah, I don't know if there's anything more to say about GameDeveloper.com. It really is questionable. Apparently, BioWare Anthem flew to 5 million overall copies, which is probably nowhere near enough. But yeah, if Game Developer starts to really only have 3 or 4 stories worth talking about, I may just open them all up and talk about them from here, and then focus just on Video Games Chronicle and the Gamatsu articles. Now, I think I probably screwed up here as far as games from last stream. Like, this is from December 20th, and I don't think there's any reason why this would need a YouTube short. I did make a lot of YouTube shorts. I'm fairly certain I already made a YouTube short on this one from multiple tabs. Like, I have no idea why Tales of Iron would even be open unless this was a faultless cleanup. I have only like 5 pages here, so yeah. I'm just gonna have to assume that I already made YouTube shorts on all these. And I may have accidentally closed the window for actual games that came out over the past day, past couple days. Or it may very well have been a case that there really was only a couple of games that I was going to make a YouTube short on. That is a possibility too. So let's go over here and just move forward. Yeah, I'm just doing nothing with Yu-Gi-Oh! And still it's taken way too long to get to this point. I guess there was a little bit more to talk about today. So we're still trying to keep a general view of how many people are playing what, and Counter-Strike 2 seems to have gotten perhaps a very large boost of players. Is that because kids are out of school, or is it because a lot of people were banned, a lot of cheaters and bots were banned, and so now is just a better time to play Counter-Strike 2? I don't know how much banning bots would see the numbers go up. They are giving away Christmas gifts to players, so that they're encouraging people to play, but then they're giving lumps of coal to accounts they're banning. So you go in there and you get a gift, you open it. If you've been detected as a cheater, then you're getting a lump of coal and being banned. If you're detected as a good player, they're giving rewards, and the rewards I think might be fairly variable. And they have kind of a, I believe it's Counter-Strike 2, has kind of a behavior metric for each player, which has led, with games introducing that concept, that has led to career paths for underpaid Chinese players to hire other people to play good games and be nice, to raise the player score, the behavior score of an account, just so then some streamer who's a jerk can play and be a jerk, or can cheat a little bit and not get banned, which that puts a whole new spin on the idea of like gold farming, that you're effectively karma farming at that point for somebody else's account. I imagine they would detect people trying to cheat that way also. You can see the numbers are much smaller once you get to Dota 2, but we're still seeing some heavily large numbers overall, much more in the 150s in the top 10. Lethal Company still big, and the usuals still very big. Still not really able to see if something is trending but only on its way up. Like, clearly, even if I was looking all the way down to the number 100 position, it's Take-Two being still somewhat popular, or Fallout 4 being somewhat popular, just highlights the vast difference between the 100th position and the first position. Here you have 16,000 players. I think this also highlights the reality of gaming. While there are a few huge successes, the vast majority of games at any 24-hour period, particularly like Fallout 4, when there is no multiplayer, so there's really no reason why anybody would be playing at a specific 24-hour period. 16,000 is really a big number. It's a reasonable number to have. It's nowhere connected really to the number of units you want to sell. You still want to sell 300,000 units to 5 million to 20 million units on the game, but you don't need the players to stick to a game and play it forever. And even gamers, by the statistics, sort of prove that a large percentage of gamers really don't want the dollar per hour algorithm to be applied infinitely. Even a game that is kind of infinitely playable, like The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, only in the 69th position, 22,000 players. Here we have Master Duel in the 67th position, 22,000 players. And this is in the middle of it doing an event and it being an online only game, really. It does have a solo mode, but it's not important. Even Battlefield 2042, 23,000 players. Yes, gamers do want about 60 hours for a video game, depending on the game. If it's a JRPG or an RPG, they tend to want closer to 100 to 200 hours for a video game for $60. They don't want to pay $70. But that's it. Like, we don't want infinite amounts of time. If you want infinite amounts of time, you play Counter-Strike 2, and I think you can play Counter-Strike 2 for free and never put $1 in it and spend the rest of your life fairly happy if that's the thing you want to do. As for my chart, we are getting squished more and more. The numbers do seem to be going up a little bit, but no major spikes up today on Friday. And the Steam Winter Sale, let's see what I was going to try and do here on that. So let's see if we can find the not new and newsworthy. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the blog. Discussions, news. Here we go. Store news. My news personalized. This is different. This is all about games, and it seems to include games that are just on my wish list. It's not what I was looking for. Steam official, here it is. Yep. So apparently they've changed the news section here, and notice that it is getting grayer and grayer and grayer. They have a Steam VR 2.2, experimental support for AMD GPUs, visual improvements, and more. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for this. Let's see. Game of the Year nominees, I think, have come out, but they haven't made any big difference on that story. There we go. Shopping cart updates. Starting today, users who have opted into the Steam Client Beta will see a new version of the shopping cart when checking out the Steam Store. These users will also be able to mark games in their library as private. This is something you can do at purchase. So there's never even a second that you would purchase a game and that other people would be able to see it. The Steam Store updating shopping cart includes some handy new features. Inline gifting. Just in time for holidays, you can purchase gifts for multiple friends and yourself without having to make multiple purchases. Plus, gift messages have been simplified to speed up the checkout process. One cart across all devices. Items in your shopping cart now follow you across all devices you've signed into. And then private purchasing, keeping games private starts before you even make a purchase, and you can now, and so the new cart lets you mark a game as private. Let's see. Going further on that private game, Steam has long supported multiple levels of privacy for your Steam profile and your entire game list. However, there are times when you might want to keep a few of the games off those lists. Starting today, you'll be able to mark specific games as private, and they'll disappear from anywhere they'd be viewed somewhere by someone other than you. This includes your ownership, in-game stats, playtime, the activity in that game. This additional control allows you to keep most of your Steam library visible to your friends so they can see what you're playing and join in, yet also keep a few of those games just to yourself. How do I mark a game as private? There are 3 places where a game can be marked as private: from your shopping cart, from your game list, which is accessible from a web browser, and from the Steam Client Library Game Page Settings Manage. You can learn more about private games from the frequently asked questions. So, for my account, private is now a pull down when you're adding it to your cart. Interesting. Certainly, and definitely the assumption there. But you know, one thing I could say, and I could recommend to everybody, even the good, moral, conservative people who would never play a video game, a adult video game. There is one game in particular in which you should mark private, almost certainly, because the large amount of scammers that will try and contact you if you leave yourself open are aiming for Counter-Strike 2 skins and to steal your account for Counter-Strike 2, and they are going to target you if you have Counter-Strike 2. And anybody who buys the Valve Complete back, which is usually worth it, see what it's on, how much it's discounted right now, 90% on a lot of stuff, pretty much just 90% on everything, with a lot of Valve games. So, and yeah, like I said, Counter-Strike 2 is free to play. The question then is, can I mark it private from this page? And I don't think I can. You would think that there would just be a new button here. Maybe I'm not in the beta, but yeah, this totally would be the case. Maybe I should grab soundtracks for games I own. But yeah, I would recommend everybody figure out how to mark this game private and mark it private. As far as other games, let's see. If I was just to look at my profile here, apparently I have some notifications too. It's probably nothing important. You'd probably have to dig fairly deep into my profiles to get back to like Honey Pop. As far as a game, that I've played recently. Yeah, you could look at all 14,300 games I have, and you could start searching them. But even at that, without knowing what you're looking for, I could see some people being upset with Binding of Isaac. It certainly has kind of an anti-Christian theme to it. You might have problems with that. It is just fiction, of course. Same could be said for something like any kind of dark or spooky game like Darkest Dungeon, with Cthulhu-esque themes there, which, while not anti-Christian, are not Christian based. If you have problems with fiction based on other myths, at a certain point, maybe Shadow of Mordor, you'd have that same problem if you're not conservative or concerned about it. But yeah, some of these games I might private if I was just trying to prevent a younger kid from playing it. This does look like this has changed a little bit as far as having these extra pull downs. Like Lorelei is a fairly spooky game, so I don't think I'd want a 12-year-old playing Lorelei. But that's going to be the case for a lot of games, certainly. I don't think I'd want a 12-year-old to play Resident Evil 6 or No More Heroes, but Lego games, obviously. There's Broken Sword 5 from 2017. Some of the Batman games are perhaps not as appropriate as other Batman games, too. But I'm not inherently embarrassed about any game, and the only one I would potentially really want to hide just because it's an adult game would be Honey Pop, which has 104 hours on it. Almost certainly a lot of those hours I just paused the game and wasn't actually playing. But that is kind of the only example. You have games called the Sexy Brutale or sexy games like Bayonetta, but yeah, I still feel like Steam needs to implement a new rating system that is of their own, that goes into a lot more detail, and a filtering system around that. Sakura Clicker has anime lewd characters in it, so that might be inappropriate for like a 12-year-old, probably is. But I have way more scary games and violent games than adult games. Even if I tried very heavily to own adult games, which then I couldn't really cover on YouTube anyways, it would be very difficult to have good quality, worthwhile adult games outnumber the scary games that exist, the violent games that exist. There's things like You Don't Know Jack, which is a fine family game. It just has kind of a rude name to it. If anything, some of these games I might be more embarrassed just on how hyped I was about them. I was very hyped about Echo. I was very disappointed in it as a game. I really wasn't super into Strong Bad, and yet a lot of other people were, and that caused people to be very hyped about something otherwise that I wasn't hyped about. I guess you get this little symbol when you've gotten 100% of the achievements. I really didn't like this game. I always saw sometimes monsters. Yeah, you get a little ribbon. No achievements for OBS Studio as a piece of software. And certainly scrolling down this and wasting time scrolling down this does just highlight how many games I've covered already, how many games I own. It's all in a very good situation. People very hyped on Bin and Ed, and I just couldn't really play it. And so I was fairly disappointed in that I was disappointing others who wanted to see me play it more. And yeah, that happens a lot, is that you might hide Mahjong Pretty Girls games, even though there's really not any nudity in those games. It's just lewd anime girls again. Hector is kind of rude, so I could see hiding that too. Shower with Your Dad Simulator, I guess you probably hide that just because of the silliness of it. Really. Haiti you might hide because of the big butt on the character. Another Mahjong Pretty Girls game. I haven't actually played X-Blades, I don't believe. A lot of these games have like 5 hours on them because I launched them and then thought I was going to play them and didn't play them, or launched them and then they crashed and they didn't play well. So I really haven't covered all these games, and maybe that's something you would do with the private too, is just to have a full listing here of games that you actually played and then hiding games you haven't actually played and then unhiding them later, if you ever do get around to playing them. If anything, I'm kind of ashamed of playing things like Angry Video Game Nerd, which I think I covered that, in that it wasn't really my style of game, and it didn't really do anything for my channel, and I was simply trying to ride a trend and get some views out of desperate attempts. Same is kind of true for Super Auto Pets, riding a trend, trying to play something while it's somewhat popular and somewhat being talked about, that is still a issue. World of Goo here says I didn't ever get any of the achievements, but I swear I've covered World of Goo at least once or twice on my channel, and must just have been on different accounts or different save files, or the achievements are glitched or something. Could be the achievements are really difficult to get. And they're going to make a remake or a sequel to World of Goo now, basically 10 years later. Still kind of crazy that Telltale Texas Hold'em may still be one of the better poker games available on Steam. Of course, Poker Night at the Inventory would be better, from the same developers, before Telltale went out of business. These psychological horror games and the psychological experiences, I'm fairly certain I haven't played this, since it says 1 minute worth of playtime. Yeah, we really have gotten down to some of these definitely haven't been played, yet they're marked as being played. These are probably games that crashed that say 1 minute of playtime, or they're things, a lot of them are things that look like I would have played through ScumVM emulator instead. And then you get to a list here of just games in general that I haven't launched at all, and this list would be only way more extensive if I was to continue to scroll down through everything. It's just going to be alphabetical through several hundred games. Yep. So I'm not thinking I would spend a lot of energy hiding things. Let's see if we can just very quickly find the wish list. Here it is. Since I spend a lot of energy on the wish list, this is where your energy pays off on the wish list, is that A, you hope the wish list actually loads and that you haven't overloaded the wish list completely for the sales, in the same way that I've overloaded the fall list and it won't load anymore. And that seems to be pretty much the way it is. For the most part, my rank doesn't mean too much. There may be a few games here that I've shot up to the top. To the first 100 or so may be things that I actually did want at the top level. I just got Deathloop through Amazon Prime on the Epic Games Store. Sure would be nice if I got Steam codes for those, so I would potentially not have to buy a game twice just so it's all on one account. But yeah, since rank is not really that well, seems like there might be some new sorting thing as far as review scores. So you could just say what game is overwhelmingly positive. This one is 99% with 539 user reviews being positive. I don't recognize this visual novel, but yeah, that is certainly something to think about. Although inherently 99%, 100% just means that a game may only have 1 or 2 reviews. Now, I do curate my wish list personally, so it has at least 30 user reviews. But I would find this as kind of a poor way to shop, and noticeably a significant amount of these reviews are visual novels, which probably means that visual novel fans are very generous when it comes to rating things. I do want to play Bob As You. Notably, it's not on sale, though, and that would be the better way to look, is to instead sort by discount first and get something that is going to be hugely discounted. This looks like this might be new too, where it's gone from 75% off to 98% off. Does this mean it was 75% off in the last 30 days, or does that mean it's normally 75% off? I don't know. Seems like you've got too many prices being shown here for it to fully make sense. You'd hope that you could just hover over that and it would say what that means, or if I have like a SteamDB plugin that is showing that price. So yeah, generally when I'm shopping I would scroll down my wish list of games I don't own and scroll till at least 75% off is shown. I'm not going to bother to do it here, so just keep on going until it says -75. By the time you've hit -75, you've almost certainly seen enough games to purchase to consider, unless you want to spend $600 instead of say $300 a year or per sale on video games, then you obviously would have to go further and add more to your wish list. But since I generally try to target a couple $100 to $300 when I am buying anything on a sale, which is becoming less likely these days, 75% off is really good. 75% off is a deep discount. Anything below 75 is a deep discount. Isn't really going to be a deep discount. Then what I do is I sort the wish list via price, which inherently is going to give you a bunch of games that are either free or free to start. There's some shenanigans some people can play, game developers can play, as far as making their games look free, but yeah, they aren't really free. And there's some DLC for the next episode or something like that that you'd have to purchase. So you have to investigate it a little bit further if it just says that. This is actually a video. That's why it says watch now. And if you have a smaller, already well managed wish list, you could potentially just skip past all the free things and start with games that have actual prices. And in most cases, I believe if it costs something and then it was 100% off, which tends not to happen during sales, it probably would show you an actual price tag and say 100% off. It wouldn't just say play now, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Some of these games are joke games and maybe not relevant anymore as far as that goes, and that does make an argument to spend some extra time and do a wishlist cleanup, but I probably wouldn't bother to do that. Here you have like Killer Instinct is free to start, but yeah, in a lot of ways you could skip. Sims 4 is free to start, but there's a heck of a lot of DLC. It's one of the most expensive games out there. A lot of ways you could potentially skip past all the play now ones in favor of looking for price tags. The Council is a game I wish they had done better by. It's questionable whether it's worth playing now. Have to scroll down really far because I've put quite a bit of free to start games or free games overall, and a lot of these, if I was going to do a wishlist cleanup, just going through all these free games might actually be the right way to go. Just making sure that some of these games aren't actually free and I couldn't just add them to my account now to get that long list to be smaller. So I finally got down to this point where we start to see actual prices, and we're seeing prices as low as 44 cents, which I imagine you could probably sell a game for about 35 cents before Steam says forget it, you just have to make it free at that point. But 44 may very well be the smallest number I've actually seen. It is my general assumption that most of these agreements are you have to pay 30 cents per transaction as far as a cut to Steam and Valve, plus another 3 cents for some reason, plus 3% of the total value of it, which ends up having somewhere between 33 and 36 cents going to Valve on every transaction at minimum. So if you're seeing a game selling for 44 cents, they may very well be getting only 14 cents or 8 cents for the game. Some of these games, though, even at that price, may not be relevant and may not be worth it. And a lot of these games are perhaps not justifiable to be on the wish list. This one only has 12 user reviews, so I made some special exception to put it on the wish list and maybe shouldn't have. And what I generally do here is you ignore the percentages, because yes, a game might be only 51% off, but it's hitting the 49 cents per game. And if you just want games, if you just want random variety, here's a game with Jesus, but I think it's a parody point and click joke game. There's what you want to look at is the price, and that's going to widely vary between your own personal tolerance as far as how much is too much to pay for a game you've never heard of that very well may be nothing. If you want a bunch of DLC for a game, that price tag is probably a little bit better if you already like the game. Generally, I would say that there is a mental barrier after 99 cents if you're paying $1 for a game you've never heard of. I think a lot of people probably want to stop there. You can see as we scroll down, we've gotten up to 74 cents fairly quickly. I'd say $2 is another mental barrier. $1.50 is probably another mental barrier too. But my own personal tolerance is probably somewhere around $2 and $2.50. At a certain level, if you're talking $5, there definitely are going to be games that you really want or that have more relevancy, like the Apogee Throwback Pack may have more relevancy just because it's historically relevant. But yeah, general games at $2.50 can be purchased that wouldn't just be considered random things you saw or didn't care about. Of course, I'm about the only person in the world that would have a wish list this full of games, and it's a shame that Valve never does giveaways for games in your wish list, which would be kind of nice. If they got really desperate, they might do something like that, or if they give giveaways to give away everything that's in your wish list, that would be amazing. That would give me 3,000 or 4,000 extra games that I owned, and it frankly would put me in such a weird position that I don't know if I could even justify buying any more games at that point. I'd just be buying absolutely brand new games as they came out. The sale time, if it's giving you points, which noticeably I didn't see if the sale was giving me any points, would also be a decent time to buy DLC for things you already own, even if it's not on sale. If you're getting points towards a badge or something like that. But yeah, I didn't see anything like that. And I've been down this list so many times as far as it typically is the exact same games that always get heavily discounted. So if you're looking for something that is traditionally $60, it's highly unlikely to be in either category of being discounted over 75% or under $2.50 as far as a game to buy. And so at that point, that is the third way to shop, certainly, is to really just think about what games you want. Not even go through a wish list by rank or anything else. Just think about what games do you really want to play in the next year, in the next 6 months, and add those to the shopping cart. then you start doing the job. I would recommend you start doing the job of editing down and reducing what's in your shopping cart. Typically, I have shopping carts that have $500-$600 worth of games in them, and then I start to say, well, let's cut that, let's cut that, let's cut that, and just put those back on the wish list, put those back on the follow list, or whatever. Leave them for another day. Particularly since I've been working on my smart on-air sign, there's been less time I've spent playing games, so I don't anticipate really playing a ton of games next year. And at any point, major changes could happen where I just stop playing games altogether. There's a game like The Surge. I don't know if that's really relevant enough to keep on to play, but at $1.94, this is a pretty good option to get it at. And yeah, of course you have to balance that out. Metro Last Light Redux for $1.99, that's a good option. You definitely have to balance it out with what you're actually getting in some of these games, if they're older and if they have more of a multiplayer focus and there is nobody online to play with. City of Brass is kind of an example of that, where its player base is probably in the hundreds, if not dozens, as far as people playing it online. So that makes it much more difficult to play, and it requires extra research. But I am starting to see games that have recognizable names. Vampire the Masquerade Coteries of New York for $1.99. You're To the Moon for $1.99. You're starting to see actual games with actual names I recognize, instead of just very small indie things that I don't recognize the name for. Missplosion Man for $1.99 is a decent price, but you can't play the original Explosion Man game. Glittermint Grove is Frog Fractions 2 under a secret name, and it's not really that relevant to play it now unless you're just talking about Frog Fractions. Orwell's Animal Farm is probably only relevant to play if you want to talk about Animal Farm. Similar situation. People have nostalgia for things like Blood Bowl, so getting it for $1.99 makes sense, even though I personally don't have nostalgia for it, and it probably doesn't hold up by modern standards. Some of these games I do want to play, but they are actually fairly poorly reviewed, and I probably should listen to the reviews and move on. There's plenty of other options. But then I also don't want to just try and play only games that are overwhelmingly positive. Every now and then I want to stretch my legs and actually be a video game critic and criticize negative games or mediocre, poor quality games. Star Wars Squadrons here for $2, mixed reviewed. Pinball FX3 pinball tables for $2.09. Might be the right time to buy that, might be the wrong time to buy that. Yeah, but once you get about $2, that's when you're starting to see real games. That's when, at that point, you might just draw a line and say, you should buy what you want. This Fury Onimusha DLC really should be included in the game, so getting it for $2.37 is a good price, but it's also kind of an unfair price because the game is way easier, I think, if you have Onimusha DLC, and the game needed to be easier in general. I think what I want to do is probably leave that at that, because Let's see. If we click on the winter sale here, there's kind of nothing happening here. This is art from that game that's coming out where the world has ended and the guy is playing a survival, being a survivor on the rooftops of buildings. He has some level of technology. But yeah, unless there's some kind of secret thing to click on here, this isn't taking me to any kind of like recommendation page, and maybe that's the way Steam is going. Notice here they're stretching out their big promotions here, and here you have some big sales that are viable, certainly, as far as what you might want to grab. I don't think Starfield at $48 is quite cheap enough yet, but they don't really seem to have anything new or big to promote. Steam Deck OLED, let's check to see if that's on sale. Nope, it looks like it is the exact same price, which I think is very reasonable. And I checked to see if there was any certified refurbished earlier today, and I saw that there was none, so I'm not going to check again. It's fairly reasonable, since this is the Steam Deck OLED is only about 3 months old anyways, that they wouldn't immediately put it on sale. And then they've gotten rid of the blue in favor of a brick pattern in the background. And then very much they're just targeting things. The Skywalker Saga. I think I'd grab that. I may buy that. Slay the Spire. I thought I owned that. But like Back for Blood? Probably not. It'd be interesting to see. Yep, it's still mixed reviewed on that. Thought I owned Doom Eternal. I guess I don't. Spider-Man for $30 makes some sense. I think I've already voted for the Game Awards. Let's go ahead and open that in a new tab and just see. Review your year, we've already looked at. A lot of these things came out. Gift cards and DLC for my games I own. Yeah, definitely seems like they've kind of tweaked their website to be more helpful in some categories, instead of just constantly scrolling down for more and more. Grab this, grab that. Those both would be good ones to buy. Of course, anything I spend now gets totally taken out of a budget to buy a Steam Deck, which there's some problems there. Seems like if you explore the discovery queue every day, you will get some trading cards, but that does seem like that is all that's happening. Doesn't seem like you get any points. I bet with purchases for every dollar you get another 100 points towards getting a Steam card to make a badge. But it does seem like they've pretty much just fallen into the old ways they did things, where you buy things, you get points towards to badges, maybe you get points to the point shop now that they've added the point shop. Resident Evil 4 for $29. Does that include the DLC that's coming? I'm not sure. Interesting. They're saying, since I have wishlisted Remothered Broken Porcelain, they're recommending Resident Evil 4, but I've also wishlisted Resident Evil 4, so wouldn't it just be logical to show that Dead by Daylight, Resident Evil 4, and Dead Space are all being recommended because of Remothered Broken Porcelain, which is not being shown as to the reason why it's being recommended. And those are fairly different horror games. They're all horror games at the very least, so they got that much right. And see, now the margins have moved in a little bit as you scroll down, so Master Chief Collection at $9.99 is a real good deal. supposed to be talking about video game news, and somehow I've fallen into shopping. Whatever, it's my channel, I guess I can do whatever I want with it, but yeah. Hades for $12.49 makes sense. There definitely are some games worth buying during this sale. Of course, again, I'm gonna have to make that tough decision as to, do I want to save up for a Steam Deck or do I want to buy more games? Kerbal Space Program 2 is not worth buying because everybody kind of hates it, and see, that would be potentially a game where you just want to ignore it. If I was going to bother to ignore any games, because that's a game that's probably not going to get any improved. I imagine some of the PlayStation games like Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection being 2 games at $24.99. That's probably about the best you're going to get. A major problem with the Legacy of Thieves Collection is you're getting like Uncharted 4 and Uncharted Lost Legacy, so you still don't have a PC way of playing any of the first 3 Uncharted games, which it would make some sense to have a remastered version of the Uncharted series, or a remade version. Might make some sense to own Final Fantasy games, but I'm not super focused on getting around to playing Final Fantasy games anytime soon, so I probably shouldn't spend money on that. And yeah, it's still just going on forever. You can see if we scroll down really fast, it'll just start loading in more and more and more, and until you eventually get to a certain point that I imagine it just stops you. So yeah, Steam sale, doing the Steam sale thing. The major problem I would say with it is just the timing. December 22nd feels very last minute as far as, let's see if I can actually do this. Nope, I cannot. I just closed the tab, which is fine. Like, December 22nd feels very last timing as far as the Christmas holiday. Of course, it's all digital too, so you could easily buy these games and they can be installed and ready to go on a PC by Christmas. Video Games Chronicle articles. Let's go through them quickly. We've talked about that one. Let's see. Insomniac broke its silence on extremely distressing data breach. This is them just, I imagine, them word for word quoting what Insomniac said. Tencent, we talked about losing 80 billion. Well, Tencent and NetEase combined losing 80 billion. Dark Souls 2, PS3, and Xbox 360 servers are shutting down in March of 2024. Players on those platforms will have 3 months left to play online. I think for the most part you still can play Dark Souls 2. Without the servers, you're just not going to have that assistance feature, which, yeah, at that point you're just going to be soloing Dark Souls 2 on those software, and I imagine this will just be a continuing trend in which we see PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 servers get shut down, as there is a continued push to move somebody who may exist and may not exist, really, somebody who owned a PS3 but hasn't bought a PS4 or a PS5, or owned an Xbox 360 and hasn't bought an Xbox One or an Xbox Series S or Series X. I wouldn't be surprised if both Microsoft and PlayStation have numbers that say they sold 2-3 times as many PlayStation 3s and Xbox 360s than they have of their modern consoles, simply because those consoles were cheap enough that you could have 2 or 3 of them, and so it was people double dipping on PS3s and Xbox 360s. Xbox 360s in particular had the red ring of death, which would have caused some people to buy a second one. I personally had 2 or 3 Xbox 360s just out of randomness and sales. So, yeah. Noticeably, I never bought an Xbox One, and I never bought an Xbox Series X or Series S, and really don't think I ever would buy any of those. I have a PS3, and I could see a slight argument of buying a PS5 just as a 4K UHD Blu-ray player, if it is even the best option. I mean, PS5s are fairly expensive, and buying a dedicated player might be a better move. And I'm only thinking about buying that because I want something that would upscale DVDs really nicely to a 4K monitor before they potentially stop making 4K UHD players, which I imagine that will happen in the next 10 or 20 years, is that they'll just stop making players, or their players will become really expensive to replace or repair, and we'll definitely see a trend of discs going away before that happens. So as long as discs are available in Walmart and other stores or Amazon, there's not a big rush, but eventually we'll see discs going away or becoming very niche like records and very expensive like records. We talked about the Steam Winter Sale to exhaustion. They're saying Steam still might not be the cheapest place to purchase the games you're after, which is probably true, but also most people who are on Steam are willing to make that sacrifice and not have multiple accounts on multiple storefronts. So if something is $1 cheaper on the Epic Game Store, but then you have to remember it's on the Epic Game Store, most people would still just buy it on Steam. We talked about the South Park game, we talked about the hacker, talked about this, we talked about that. Death Stranding's iPhone and Mac release has been delayed to 2024. The game was originally scheduled to hit Apple platforms this year. Obviously, at this point, if something was planned to come out in 2023, there's really not enough time for it to come out. It would be very interesting to see what and how Death Stranding plays this way. And at a certain point, I feel like they're saturating the market now, because Death Stranding may be coming to Mac and iPhone, and then there's also A24 making a Death Stranding movie, and that's probably too much Death Stranding. Bloober Team is making a licensed game for the Walking Dead owner Skybound, and owner is perhaps the right term to use because Skybound owns the Walking Dead comic, I believe, is just kind of like the holding company for everything Walking Dead, and they gained the rights to the Walking Dead Telltale games, but they did not make the Walking Dead Telltale games. And Skybound, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, only really has the Walking Dead Telltale games, whereas the new Telltale bought a lot of the other Telltale games and hasn't really done that much with them. Skybound, it really hasn't done that much with them either, with the Walking Dead Telltale games. We talked about this and this. And then the rest of these are probably old stories. They're taking the next step. Microsoft confirms Bobby Kotick is leaving Activision Blizzard. Apparently this was announced a long time ago, and they just didn't make as big of a deal about it as they possibly could. In fairness, though, if somebody had made a countdown clock for when Bobby Kotick left Microsoft and Activision Blizzard, that would have been fairly mean to do, even if he probably deserves it. The Epic Game Store's latest free game was DNF Duel. It's probably too late to get that. And then a lot of these are completely gone. Over 1,200 Fortnite skins now have free Lego versions, which I connected my Lego account to the Epic Game Store for that, but then I'm never going to launch Fortnite, so I don't know if that really got me anything or not. But yeah. and connected the accounts. That's about as much as I'm willing to do. And most of these are very, very old, and this is an indication that my macro is very, very broken, and that it's failing on the good side though, in that when it fails, it is just opening up a massive amount of old news articles going back several pages, but not going back forever. There is probably a hard limit of 100 articles that I programmed into it. Can't remember. It's much better to fail this way than to fail the other direction and not open news articles. But yeah, most of these stories are incredibly old at this point, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. And so that brings us to Gematsu articles. Let's see. Yuana and the Haunted Hot Springs, the Throwing Steaming Maze Kiwami, has added a PS5, Switch, iOS, and Android versions, and it launches January 18th in 2024. The dungeon RPG was previously announced for PC, so it's coming to consoles and phones. Is it coming to the West? I would think so, because we have English popping up here. Let's see if we can see what the Steam page looks like. And let's go ahead and turn on the block here. There is implication here that you might see some lewd imagery, some cleavage and things like that, but honestly, I think the majority of the game is probably dungeon crawling. This screenshot, and on rare occasion you may get a steamy game like this that's been censored and blurred out, where at best you'll get cleavage. Particularly if we're seeing them come to the PlayStation 5 and the Switch. Noticeably, as a Japanese game, they once again skipping the entire Xbox Microsoft console. Falcom reveals upcoming titles lineup, including unannounced Trails game, action game, and more, action RPG, and more. So here's a list. Unannounced title B, unannounced title C, unannounced title D, ported titles to be denied. What is that? TBD, to be disclosed. Legend of Heroes game for Switch, then unannounced Switch title E, and unannounced ported title F. So when it says unannounced title D, C, and B here, that means it's not just going to be a Switch game. But this is also very nebulous information. It's basically telling you nothing other than they're working on a certain number of games, but companies can be working on dozens of games at a time, and it doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't mean any of them will actually get released. Salt Suit Lainos 2 Saturn Tribute launches April 25th for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Not the Xbox Series X or S. This definitely looks like a old Sega Saturn game, and definitely feels like a game that should be available on PC, but it doesn't have a Steam link yet. Tokyo Revengers Last Mission launches February 2024 in Japan. I've heard of Tokyo Revengers, but I don't know if I've ever even seen a screenshot of it, because I'm looking at these characters and I don't recognize any of them at all. Perhaps that's because it's been a manga mostly, or maybe this is just a different collection of people. The game itself looks like it's mostly a mobile game. Doesn't look particularly high quality. It's available via PC via DMM game, so it's not even available on Steam. And I'm still 100% exclusive to really wanting to only show games that are available on Steam. Because every other platform has the chance of games being delisted at a much higher rate. Not that Steam is perfect. Fate Samurai Remnant version 1.03 update now available, adds new difficulty levels and playable servants. Which, yeah, perhaps the phrase servants should be not used, but in the imagery, I imagine servants is the exact correct term to use in this case. Blaze Blue Entropy Effect launches January 31st, 2024. That's certainly one of the things that, speaking of words that are out of fashion, one thing that interests me certainly is whenever you're at GitHub looking at a software library, they still use the phrase master for a branch, when it would be easy, at least on their website, to change it from master to main, like so many other rules of style guides and words to use have done. They want to get away from the master servant, master slave mentality. Even in the case of, if you're thinking a master and then a maid, that there is implications that one human being is of a lower class, and that there is certainly a desire to not propagate that, to not have somebody who is African American have to say the word master several times a day while they're working their programming job because they're working on the main branch. Now you might break a lot of things if you just everywhere in every reference got rid of the word master, but you could certainly get rid of it on the websites when you're at github.com. And maybe they do need to just break a few things. Inherently, the master-slave concept has been used in electronics for decades, but even when it was first implemented in the 60s and 70s, it probably was a bad choice and only makes sense in a few cases. It's almost never really the case that it's the right word when using a analogy. Of course, a lot of people don't like change too, and they rail against change for any reason. Moving on, the Firewall Studio First Contact Entertainment is going to shut down. The lack of support for VR within the industry has eventually taken its toll, is the subquote here. I don't even remember a game called Firewall. But yeah, this might be the beginning of a longer trend. In fact, I'm frankly very surprised that VR companies haven't been shut down like crazy this year, since everybody else is laying off people and struggling. Even Valve is not really pushing VR much, and Facebook isn't really succeeding in pushing VR. Let's see, we talked about the South Park Snow Day launching March 26, 2024, and the super expensive collectibles, but you would think you would have like some kind of Funko Pop figures of some sort of all the characters instead of only having Cartman depicted, or at least of several of the main characters. At least the original 4. Cricket Through the Ages is coming to the Switch and PC in early 2024. This looks like this might be a joke game. Apparently it was on Apple Arcade originally. We're still seeing a trend of the small handful of games that were on Apple Arcade now trying to spread to other platforms. Apple Arcade almost certainly didn't make enough money. Although they probably did get a nice paycheck to be exclusive to Apple Arcade for a couple of years. Outward definitive edition is coming to Switch in 2024. This is an open world fantasy RPG currently available for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Let's see what Steam has to show us for it. It's mixed most recently, and it has online co-op. Overall, it's mostly positive at 73%, although 73% is fairly low. I could see myself just abandoning this game because it doesn't really look that interesting. It looks like it's just all over the place with different assets. Is this the game where people go to different universes to hunt? Or am I thinking of a completely different game? This is probably not the game I'm thinking of. Interesting how you have these colorful awards. We have Speed Max on the chat saying hello. Hello, Speed Max. Let's see. Famitsu sales from the 11th to the 17th have been updated. Let's see what's new here. It's probably just the 20 through the 30. Let's see, you got a Nintendo Switch game here that's new, you got a Nintendo Switch game here that's new, and then looks like everything else is the same. And the Nintendo Switch dominating not only the first 10 spots, but then the next 5 until you get one PS5. And then Nintendo Switch dominating from the 17th spot all the way down to 30. There's literally only one PS5 game, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate, out of 30 in the Famitsu sales for this week. Yeah. And that is the reason why I suspect we may be surprised in the West when Sony just gives up on the PlayStation completely. Particularly if Sony could get some kind of deal where they're involved in making the next Nintendo console, or they're just putting all their games on a powerful enough Nintendo console that it makes sense. Some of that would come down to Square Enix being able to fit a Final Fantasy game, a new Final Fantasy game, on a Nintendo console. But yeah. Even if the PlayStation 5 is doing fairly well in hardware sales or fairly well 1 week in software sales, they're still getting their lunch eaten by just a vast wide variety of Nintendo Switch games, and that is still driving extremely high numbers of Switch unit sales as far as hardware, doubling the PS5, doubling anything you could possibly get if you added PS4 and PS5 Digital Edition. You're still getting beaten severely by at least 30,000 units this week. If you added Switch, Switch Lite, and Switch OLED, you're up to 90,000. If you added PS5, PS5 Digital Edition, and PS4 together, you're only getting to maybe 50,000. And then even at that, the Xbox Series X is still doing way better than it used to. Xbox used to be in the single digits, double digits weekly, and the Series S is selling 240 this week, 1,239 of the Series X. And yeah, the Nintendo new 2DS LL is going to still sell a few units every now and then until they decide to just stop listing it. Now noticeably, Famitsu has never drawn a line here to include any sales numbers it might get from the Steam Deck, which I don't know how you'd actually buy a Steam Deck in Japan, and I don't know if Famitsu could really get those sales numbers or not. But if they started to include the Steam Deck, if they started to include PC games listed here, it'd be an interesting comparison. But at the moment we don't have that, and in the West we don't really have a good reporter that I know of as far as just units sold in general um, in the United States or worldwide. Metaphor Refantasio further details its concept, its world, tribe, story, and characters. You can check out this article on Komatsu if you're interested. It looks like there might be quite a lot going on here. Of course, that could be said for almost every JRPG. They tend to have real extreme stories, really long stories, really complicated stories. Here they're making something that looks very much like an MC Escher drawing from a monster, which I question if this isn't an implication that this is an attempt at making something like a Persona game without being stuck in the Persona universe with Persona characters. And it might be closer, frankly, to not a Persona game, but a Devil Summoner game. No, not Devil Summoner. Shin Megami Tensei game is the thing I was thinking about. There's a lot of variety of creatures, and humanoid creatures, showing up in these screenshots. Perhaps I would argue too much variety of creatures in the screenshots. That for a game just called Metaphor Refantasio. Speedmax asks when do I play? I play at the beginning of the stream. Is when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! So we're on to the video game news at the end of the stream now. So feel free, if you want to see Yu-Gi-Oh! Content for a brief amount of time I played it today, to rewind to the beginning of the stream. Moving on, Ace Angler Fishing Spirits Winter Update now available. It adds a new game mode called Net Sniper. I don't know if this one came to the West. There definitely are some fishing games that I think could come to the West, but I also think the Japanese people just don't want to spend the extra money to do that, and a lot of fishing games are kind of low budget, whether they're targeting the Japanese audience, which are more acceptable of fishing, whereas the West has certainly, I think the Japanese hears a lot of PETA style stories from the West, people for the ethical treatment of animals, and anti-whaling stories in particular, I imagine make their way to Japan quite a bit, and that may have given them an overall impression that fishing is not acceptable in the West, when fishing is fairly acceptable in the West. Whaling is not, but fishing in general is acceptable. And nobody really would complain about a video game where you're fishing sharks. They might complain if you were spearfishing whales. I heard one argument for not whaling, which is interesting, is that their bodies, whales' bodies, lock in a significant amount of carbon and fall to the bottom of the ocean, and then their bodies get eaten by fish and algae at the bottom of the ocean to process the carbon and keep it locked at the bottom of the ocean. So oddly, if you're trying to not carbon, CO2, carbon dioxide. So yeah, oddly, if you're trying to remove CO2 out of the atmosphere, one of the best things you might be able to do is just breed more whales and let them go through their 100-year or so life cycle, and then collapse to the bottom of the ocean. Of course, that is a solution that sounds fairly silly if you were to say, let's just tie all our garbage into heavy anchors and throw it in the bottom of the Marianas Trench or something. That might work for a while, but I don't think it fixes the problem in the long run. Of course, garbage is mostly plastics and things that can't be broken down for hundreds of years, and CO2 and whale flesh can be broken down by other organisms. Anyways, I'm supposed to be talking about video games. Moving on, Momotaro Dentetsu World Chikyu wa Kibyo Yu de Mawataru shipments and digital sales have topped 1 million. This is a Japanese only, I believe, kind of like a Mario Party game. I think the Momotaro Dentetsu series is fairly popular in Japan, but hasn't been translated to anything else that I know of under any other name, and hasn't been brought out of Japan. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 version 1.4.0 update is now available for PC, and it's coming to consoles in early January 2024. What did it update? Add the following features: smoothing that can be turned on and off. Is that it? Is that literally it? Screen settings, adjustments. A lot of this game is effectively just a ROM being played in an emulator, and they're adding pathetic ROM emulator options. Which inherently, I guess that's probably what people mostly just want, is a way to officially own the game and then run it on a nice emulator. For these little polygon graphics, stretching something out to 16 by 9 may be acceptable compared to having a colored border around the edge. But generally, people really hated these re-releases of Metal Gear Solid, and it definitely felt like Konami was just being Konami and trying to rip people off and make some money off of video games that they don't really care about, even though they had just announced Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta, or Metal Gear Delta, as a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. And this is like the first Metal Gear game without Solid in the name, I believe. It's another great example of a series that's just been going so long that a full reboot is well past due. So this whole post is nothing but just little issues being fixed. They're still investigating these issues below and working to resolve them. So here you have a whole list of Master Collection version 1, Metal Gear Solid Sons of Liberty Master Collection version, Metal Gear Solid 3 Master version, and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake Master Collection versions. And we can see where it is on Steam. And yeah, mostly positive for Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. Yeah, mixed for Metal Gear Solid Master Collection. You have mixed for Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty Master Collection version. You have mostly positive for Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, which you can see how the visuals there are considerably more modern compared to previous low polygon games or NES era 8-bit games. And then bonus content is mixed for free. So if you're going to buy all of this, you're paying $50 for fairly old games that are still fairly buggy. So I would definitely say wait until some more patches have happened. We'd already talked about Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick departing on December 29th. Crazy Taxi, Golden Axe, Jet Set Radio, Shinobi, and Streets of Rage revivals have new images and information on Gamatsu. There we can see. This is, I guess, concept art, really. Golden Axe in particular is it's going to be questionable as far as whether or not the Golden Axe games are going to be top-down arcade games or whether they're going to be 3D beat-em-ups. And as I zoom in here with my magnifier, it definitely seems like they're going to be 3D beat-em-ups. And they have in the past made Golden Axe games like that, but that's not really what people think of when they say Golden Axe. That's Golden Axe 3 instead of like Golden Axe 1 or 2. Although inherently, I imagine they're just Sega wants to make a fantasy game and put Golden Axe on the name. And Golden Axe needs like a warrior, a barbarian, and a female character of some sort. So that's what they're probably going to do. Yep. They're still pushing the idea of counterculture, that it definitely feels like there's a 75-year-old man in Sega saying, we want Jet Set Radio to be counterculture. But yeah, the visuals here look like they're going to be somewhat smoothed out on Crazy Taxi also, but you'll be zoomed out so far when you're playing Crazy Taxi you probably wouldn't notice. Crazy Taxi is probably the easiest one to remake because you could really just do the same thing and make a bigger landmass, more roads, more map. I'm still kind of concerned around Jet Set Radio that we're not seeing a ton of spray painting, nor are we really seeing a color palette in the background that feels that oppressive. So I'm not sure if there's really going to be a bad organization that our protagonists are actually fighting. Just seems like everything is kind of in shades of green, which is a little weird. And Shinobi looks like it is going to be modernized to be 2.5D side-scrolling graphics. And Streets of Rage is going to be perhaps over-modernized. It's tiny little screenshots. Like, if I was Komatsu, I would have cut out these screenshots here and made them larger. But they obviously don't want to promise too much. Streets of Rage Revolution might be overly visually polished. And they've made either Streets of Rage games or Streets of Fury games recently, so beat 'em up Streets games probably aren't going to be that impressive. River City Girls was about the most impressive game when it came out 3 or 4 years ago, as far as revitalizing the genre. The romance visual novel Animal Trail Girlish Square is coming to PS4 and Switch on April 25th in Japan. Let's see. Came out on Steam in 2022. We can see it is rated very positively, probably due to the fairly large boobs of the anime girls. Dating sim game. Jean Yon Sword 7 for Switch has been delayed to the spring of 2024. Tekken 8 has Shaheen gameplay trailer if you want to check that out. And then the PS5 sales have topped 50 million, which I think we had already talked about. Big numbers, perhaps not as big numbers as you want though, because inherently if only 50 million units of the PS5 have been sold, that limits the number of PS5 games being sold down to close to 25 million at most. You're not going to get a game that everybody owns on the PS5 unless you give it away for free. And I could certainly see Sony wanting to be closer to 150 million at this point, if not higher, had they had more supply and had there not been a chip shortage. The hope now, I imagine, for PS5 is that it would just have a very long life, and as such, they won't come out with a PS6 anytime soon. Of course, they're going to feel that twinge as soon as Xbox comes out with a new console, and they're going to feel a twinge as soon as Nintendo comes out with a new console to start working on and make a new device of some sort. But maybe they can fight that urge and stretch out the PS5. Inherently, there's really not a game that should come out in the next 3 or 4 years that couldn't be put on the PS5 just fine. And it's not like we're going to buy 8K TVs. It's not like we're going to buy VR headsets or surround sound systems. So I think everybody taking a pause and just living with the consoles they have for an extra 2 or 3 years would be great. I don't know if people will really do that. The main problem there is kids get older and Christmases and birthdays happen and kids want something. So you either buy them more games or you buy them the newest console, and as soon as the new console is out, they're going to want that new console. A game called The Relic, The First Guardian launches in 2025, early 2025. That has a gameplay trailer, which this would be the first game of 2025 being announced, I believe. It looks like it could be a Dark Souls style game, Elden Ring style game. I don't know. I think I'd still just call them Demon Souls, Dark Souls games. But also, we're not really. We've got 6 minutes of footage at most. And we already had talked about Bloober Team to develop a new game based on Skybound Entertainment IP, which probably is The Walking Dead. And then El Shaddai Ascension of the Metatron remaster for Switch launches April 28th. We talked about that before. And then we already talked about Akatsuki entering intercapital and business alliance agreements with Sony and Koei Tecmo. And that would normally bring us to GameDeveloper.com articles, but we pretty much already covered them all, and I still haven't fixed my macro to actually open the articles now that they're in this weird pattern. They also really don't have any news here. Even if I reload the page specifically focused on business news, here's a story that came out. China targets in-game spending and daily rewards and new game regulations. We'd already really talked about that. Dark Souls being shut down for the PS3 and Xbox 360 servers in March. The indie publisher versus Evil, we'll open that one, is going to shut down. And then the tumultuous MMO the day before will shut down next month. And the rest of these we'd already talked about. So there really had been maybe 4 or 5 new articles since Wednesday. Which, yeah, it is Christmas, but it's also all of that. And I'm not gonna... I think maybe my flawless cleanup even worked this time. Did it work? It did. Interesting. Alright, well, I'm not gonna deal with any of that, though, on screen. We're already going 4 hours just because I guess I rambled on more today. I did get a little interrupted, but not that much. So apparently the indie publisher versus Evil has shut down. They've laid off its entire staff as the holidays have begun, closing the doors after 10 years of operation. This is a game, if this screenshot is from that company, that I always thought about playing, but I never got around to it, so perhaps in some small way I am somewhat responsible for it being shut down. It was acquired by Tiny Build and continued as a complementary publishing label. They're a publisher, though, so as cruel as it may sound, them publishing this game does not really mean that this game is going to go away. If anything, it will just go on sale by when the rights revert to either creditors of the publisher or the developer of the game, if they could buy the rights or already have the rights for this game. Inherently, publishing should be a more risky venture, and while it's mean to say this, there should have been twice as many publishers that went out of business this year and laid off people, and half as many game developers that did the same. Because game developers actually make a product, actually make something artistic, where publishers are just funding other people's creativity and taking a cut before the creative developers even get a cut, really. Well, it's a weird financial situation, certainly. They pay for developers to develop a game, then they take money from the sales of the game to repay the money they had already paid, then they take a cut usually on any extra sales, and then they give some of that cut to the developers who originally created it. It is definitely like investing in a stock market, and yeah, there should just be an inherent risk in it if it is going to work that way. I would much prefer a universal basic income or a grant system, even for video games, since video games are so expensive. I'd like to see tax dollars in the United States go more to grants to create artistic things than for money to go just to a nebulous defense budget that is 3 times larger than any other country on the planet. But yeah, under the current system of publishers and developers, unless you're fully indie and you develop the game and publish it yourself, publishers often profit unfairly and rarely fail because they're profiting unfairly. It is notable to say that this publisher has been around for 10 years, and this is the only publisher to ever shut down. Also, I would say this publisher probably didn't make very good bets, and bets are really the right word to use as far as what they were funding and what they were publishing. Let's see. I was going to double check just to see as far as these awards. I guess the Steam Awards are happening here, so we can very quickly say Baldur's Gate 3 is going to get Game of the Year and vote there, and that's going to give me an award. It's interesting art here. Like, boy, does that look very 3D. Unlock these chat stickers. Boy, are they getting flashy with the chat stickers. There. Okay. VR Game of the Year. My vote was this, so we'll just stick with my vote. There. Labor of Love. My nomination wasn't here, so who do we want to say? Dota 2, Apex Legend. Which one got the most updates? Red Dead Redemption 2. I'll pick Red Dead Redemption 2 because that's the one I'm most likely. Best game on Steam Deck. Let's see, Hogwarts Legacy I think is a good one to pick there. Best with Friends. Lethal Company I picked because I figured that would win anyways. Outstanding Visual Style. Atomic Heart could win that, but probably doesn't deserve it. Cocoon could win that, but might deserve it. I'm going to throw Atomic Heart a bone and say, yes, Visual Style, it was nice. But that was about it. Most Innovative Gameplay Award. Let's see. I'm not going to give it to Starfield. I don't think Starfield deserves anything. The only move is Hustle. Never heard of. Shadows of the Doubt. I haven't heard of. Guess I'm going Remnant 2. That's an odd category of things that won. Am I coming through? Yeah, I'm coming through. For a second there, I thought my microphone might be off. Best game you suck at award. Let's see, Overwatch 2. I don't think I want to give an award to. Lords of the Fallen. Sifu. I think Sifu is good. Street Fighter 6 might win too. Best soundtrack. I said Hi-Fi Rush. Persona 5. Tactica. The Last of Us. If Last of Us got an award, would that make Sony more likely to release games on PC? Let's go with Last of Us, in the hopes of encouraging more PlayStation second-party games from being released. Let's see, Outstanding Story-Rich Game Award. Let's see, I really don't think you could go Resident Evil 4. Baldur's Gate 3 might make a sense. Let's go Jedi Survivor and try and spread out the awards. Sit Back and Relax Award. I'll go with Dave the Diver, my nomination there. And yeah, noticeably here, these have all given me stickers, and I don't know if these stickers are permanent stickers or if they are one-time use or three-time use in the chat stickers. But yeah, increasingly here we're being given rewards in different forms, things that you would get in the point shop instead of just getting the old-fashioned badge that might increase the number of trading cards you might get, which might increase trading cards you could sell on the marketplace and make a few pennies, which is about your best bet. There is a possibility you might get an extremely rare trading card that people actually want and you could get a few dollars on it, but you're not going to become rich selling trading cards. And everything else is focused more on the point shop concept of let's see if we can even get to the point shop of things that really have no value. Instead of no tradable value. That being said, they still are doing the trading cards as far as getting you to look through the discovery queue, so they haven't changed that concept. Let's see. Here's a story. BioWare's Anthem flew to 5 million overall copies before BioWare returned to Mass Effect and Dragon Age. Its co-op shooter Anthem nearly broke even for EA. So if it nearly broke even at 5 million, it almost certainly needed 10 million to make even a small profit. They definitely were expecting a lot more. But even if you look at just like the screenshot here of Anthem, it doesn't look that interesting, and I never really got an understanding of what Anthem was supposed to be or what the story was or who the characters were. That they did a very poor job advertising it at the very least, but I think they also just did a very poor job making Anthem. They felt like they were going to make hover game mechanics that worked and then everything else would just come together, is my suspicion, and I just don't think that actually happened. And then we had already talked about Take-Two struggling with mobile post, the Zynga acquisition. And then we had already talked about the Epic Games stores allowing adults-only games if they're rated adults-only because they have blockchain technology in them, not if they have adult content in them. And then technically I guess I'll have to play this extreme 30-second duel off-screen because I just cannot tolerate playing it and trying to stream at the same time. I'm too distracted. And yeah, it's a shame because I really went from being excited about the 30-second duels being potentially a new way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! To very quickly being unenthused by it, by just how frustrating it still was to get a victory. Anyways, that's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.